and stand by. Can everyone shake the camera? So there's there. One, there's two, three, three and four. Okay, four. Can someone jump on four, please? Alright, so you guys all know your camera first. So camera one is MCU. Camera two is MCU. Yes, so you're looking at me. So at the moment, and camera three, you're perfect where you are. So yeah, so hopefully you're gonna go in there. Fingers crossed.
Yes. Like,
Are we on?
so if you're picking up the mic, picking up the mic from the left pocket, so you play the on. You mute the mic, you can use the audio. No, it's fine. Recording the What about you muted it?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Because I can hear ourselves.
Okay, follow back. Follow back. Full list.
Assalamu alaikum. Testing 1 2 3. Assalamu alaikum. Testing 1 2 3. This is the sound check. Test.
Assalamualaikum. Testing. Assalamualaikum.
Well, first of all, I'd like to congratulate the staff of Humanity First on their tremendous achievements so far. But I think that the operation has a great future. I think Humanity First is doing so much already for, as I say, the helping of disasters and the mobilization of professionals for deployment in schools and hospitals and so on. And I think the next 20 years has a bright future. I think that Humanity First has a contribution to make which is almost unparalleled as an example that they set to other charities.
Assalamu alaikum and welcome to London and the London leg of the Humanity First Telethon. Over the next 5 hours we'll be bringing you all of the information about Humanity First, the work that it does, and how you can take part in the work that Humanity First does by helping us to raise funds and helping us to get the money that we need to continue the amazing work of Humanity First. So I'm extremely lucky to be joined here in the studio by Rafiq Ahmadiyat Saab, who is President of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community here in the United Kingdom, and by Mirza Mahmood Ahmed, who is the Managing Director of Humanity First. Welcome to the studio, gentlemen.
Assalamu alaikum.
And so over the last few hours, people who've been watching the telethon would have seen the work that Humanity First does around the world. The Humanity First headquarters are here in the United Kingdom, and the origins of Humanity First are here in the United Kingdom. And Humanity First is a very special charity for lots of reasons, and we were watching the clip there describing how unique Humanity First is. But the history of Humanity First goes back quite a number of years, more than 20 years. And you were sort of present, you witnessed the birth of Humanity First. What are your recollections and reflections on that?
Yes, I think it was a very exciting time during that time. A lot of things were happening. And one of the things that I think after the war in Bosnia, we had relief convoys that were regularly going to Bosnia and taking aid to the people of Bosnia. And at that stage it was felt that perhaps we should have an organization which should perhaps be dedicated for the service of humanity. And that is where Humanity First gave birth. And it was certainly to be Rabi Ramillah who wanted this organization to be brought into existence for the service of humanity throughout the world.
So that was 1995, the official foundation of Humanity First. But as you said, it was an extraordinary time. It was the first time since really the Second World War that something as horrific as this was happening in Europe. You mentioned the war in Bosnia, and convoys were going, taking aid from the United Kingdom, and from that need was born the organization Humanity First. And you mentioned the fourth Khalifa of the Muslim community, Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmed, and he founded Humanity First. What was his idea behind Humanity First? What did he expect it to do and achieve?
I think he realized that there was a great need for such an organization to serve humanity throughout the world. We were dealing at that moment with wars and disasters and things like that. And although the Jamaat in itself is doing a very active role on a day-to-day basis, where we have schools and hospitals and colleges throughout the country, he felt that as a part of the community there should be a separate organization, almost like an auxiliary organization, who will be dedicated to serving humanity in terms of disaster relief, and wherever there is need, then we should go there. From there we then realized that there was a lot of things that Humanity First could do. For instance, clean water, supplying clean water to the poor people of Africa was a very key need of the time. So that then started. We started very, very humble beginnings in a place called Hardwick Way, where we had very small space. And then when Hardwick Way was sold, we moved to Deer Park, where we had facilities. But whenever there was a big disaster, we would appeal to the whole community. Yes. And I remember even Tahir Hall being used to collect large supplies of medical clothing and other supplies which was sent to various disaster areas of the world. And alhamdulillah, from very humble beginnings, where we started today, by the grace of Allah, it's a worldwide organization with branches throughout the world. And you know, inshallah, this will grow into something very substantial in years to come. And the main purpose is so that we can serve humanity throughout the world.
And you mentioned there the fact that Humanity First have been responding to disasters around the world for a number of years, and then had moved into this idea of providing clean water for communities around the world, including in Africa and the building of water wells. And if I could bring Ms. Mahmood Saab in at this point. So over the years, since that time, the work of Humanity First has developed and branched out and increased in terms of its remits. And what can you tell us about the work that's being done, or has been done over that period of time, over the last 20 years?
In terms of the initial settings, that when Humanity First was formed, and the idea was clearly in terms of responding to disasters. But while that was the main mandate of the charity, it was also felt that there were many deprived areas around the world where there's a need for constant projects, and those constant projects where we could empower the local population, empower men and women to get into this economic cycle on their own. So this gave birth to the establishment of vocational colleges. Vocational in many directions. Computer courses were set up, computer labs were set up, sewing centers were set up, schools were set up, and collaboration with IEEE, which is the Ahmadi Architects and Engineers Association. There was a partnership with them to deliver water wells. So that progression of on one side responding to disasters, and on the other side it was the constant delivery of projects where we could engage people, and not just sort of going there and help in one time and come out. It was the sense of empowerment. And I can give you an example. In early days, it was in Burkina Faso that the computer courses were set up, and by the grace of Allah, many years later, one of the management person from UK went there, and he inquired about the success, and he said that the success of the Humanity First is that the initial students who came in have now gone back into the market and established their own businesses, and they're competing with Humanity First in a good sense. So that was a really pleasing thing to hear, that Humanity First has developed that sense of the constant competition, plus the local population were geared, sort of that sense of that, yes, we can do something on our own. So alhamdulillah, it was very good.
Describing this empowerment of the local population, which is incredibly important, because a lot of people fear that when it comes to international help, if people come in from outside, they're doing something for the local community, but taking away the local community's power to do things. But in this case, you described the model that Humanity First has followed in terms of its development work is to empower the local population.
Exactly.
And as you said, that's worked to such an extent that essentially, and thankfully, putting Humanity First out of business slowly in terms of the work that it's doing. So that's an incredible thing, an incredible part.
And that has happened all across.
Yes.
I'm not just saying one country specifically who did it, but across the globe, wherever we went, that was the sense that prevailed. That empowerment has to be, a shift of ownership has to take place. Humanity First will help pass on the skills, pass on the knowledge, and one day they will actually take full ownership of their projects. And that has happened now, currently, when, by the grace of Allah, Humanity First has matured over the last 20-odd years. We have seen that local management has taken place, and they've taken full control of these projects. And they give us ideas in return that we can do more in this direction, in that direction.
One of the other things I think that Humanity First over the years has developed is on the medical fronts. I think the Gift for Sight, for instance, is a very important project where eyesight is being restored to a lot of people in Africa. And there are other medical, preventative medical matters which Humanity First also deals with on a regular basis. So I think it is, by the grace of Allah, growing slowly. It's growing more and more and providing other services within the fields that are required in these, particularly in the third world. But having said that, even in the first world, whether it was Katrina or some of the other China or India, when there were disasters, Humanity First was there. And predating Humanity First, our Jamaat was already doing some of this service. For instance, when we had the earthquake in Japan, I remember at that stage our teams were out there helping with soup kitchens and everything.
So this is one of the unique things about Humanity First, I think, that we can probably explain to people who are watching today, that the volunteer workforce that Humanity First has is for the most part based on the workers within Jamaat Ahmadiyya.
Well, absolutely.
And the ability to get those people out there on the ground doing the work in a very short period of time is one of the...
I think one of the beauties of our Jamaat is that as a result of Khilafat, one indication from Khalifatul Masih, and immediately the whole Jamaat becomes activated. And that is helped Humanity First as well, that when Hazur gives a direction, then throughout the world, immediately everyone comes into action. And we are in 200 odd countries of the world now. So it means potentially we have Humanity First in 200 odd countries of the world. And anywhere there is disaster, we've got professionals from every background. We've got doctors, we've got scientists, we've got engineers. Any type of discipline that is required, by the grace of Allah, the Jamaat is able to provide immediately. And this has become a very important part of Humanity First's work.
And I guess the beauty of having the umbrella of Humanity First means that we can bring in like-minded people from outside of the Ahmadiyya community who want to do this work and who also can get involved.
Very important, because wherever we have had disasters, for instance in Haiti when there was a disaster there, not only were our Ahmadi doctors going there, but they were able to engage with other medical people in the medical field who were going under the umbrella of Humanity First to these disasters. And this is the case in other countries as well. So alhamdulillah, under the umbrella of Humanity First now, we are able to engage with outside organizations and bring in help wherever the help is required.
And so that's it's been wonderful talking with you.
One thing that before we go, I think is very important, I should mention, is about Lord Eric Avery. Eric we saw earlier on Eric has passed away, and inna lillahi wa inna ilayhi raji'un. He was a very good friend of the Jamaat for many years. I had personally known him for about 20-25 years. And alhamdulillah, he was a great supporter and advocate of Humanity First. And when he received his first award, or the Peace Prize awarded by the Ahmadiyya Jamaat to him, and the financial £10,000 that he received, immediately he handed that over to Humanity First to the great work that they were doing. So I think it's good to remember him in this very difficult time that his family is going through at this moment in time.
Thank you very much for joining us today and giving us your reflections on the origins of Humanity First and the good work that it's done. We're going to watch a short piece now, which is from Budaka and some of the educational work that is being done by Humanity First to empower the local people, as we've been discussing right now. So let's watch that short piece now.
Did you married?
We got married. Keep on walking, walk. And go, whatever is right, what is still must.
Welcome back to the studio here. We were just watching a short video which was of the educational facilities that Humanity First has built in Uganda, and I'm joined here in the studio by Fazal Ahmed, who is Programs Director for Humanity First. You've been very closely involved in the work that has happened there in Uganda, in Budaka. Could you tell us a little something about, we were watching the video there, we could see the students, we could see the facilities, but how did it actually develop and what work is actually being done there?
So we started in Budaka almost a decade ago, and we had a rented block next to where we now are, and we started training in IT. As we started to get to know the local district chairman, Sam Malomi, we asked him, what does your community need? And it's largely an agricultural community. He wanted to get them away from that kind of subsistence farming into more of a business structure, and also introduce some of the key life skills like IT into the community. So eventually he gave us a 10-hectare plot of land, and we promised to build out a campus, and when I visited last April, we're almost there. We're doing a wide range of training.
Big educational facility there. Now, how many students can it accommodate?
Well, we've had 2,000 students go through there already, and we have two big training blocks, one for IT and business studies, one for sewing and hairdressing, and we also do agricultural training, so poultry management. We have a separate shed that we're doing that in.
I think we could see there in the video that each of the students, then the poultry management, are then given a chick and told to go and start.
More than one chick.
Yes, more than one chick.
Yeah.
And it may seem like quite a small thing in terms of a skill to have poultry management or sewing, but actually these things have a big impact on those individuals.
So it's got to the point where in the local social services and the police and so on, if they want to hire people with IT, they're recommending that they've been through our IT training institute. But similarly, those people that learn sewing or hairdressing, it's not just the practical skills of being able to sew a garment or cut someone's hair. We're teaching them, business skills as well. So many of them set up their own boutiques or small businesses, and it's transforming. Someone from a village who's able to set up a small business can then invest in their village in terms of water pumps or send children to school. So it has a rolling effect.
Yes. Yeah. So raising the level of education and therefore the amount of money those individuals are earning improves the life of the whole community.
Yeah.
And I think, as you mentioned at the beginning, anyone who's been to that part of Uganda, very much rural, so lots of small villages and small towns. And so actually anything that can help to improve the life of even one or two individuals improves the life of the whole village.
Yeah, and it's, the money we're talking about for vocational training, £30 for a 3-month course, it seems like trivial amounts to us, but those are life-changing training.
So for people who want to donate, I think that's a good starting point, isn't it? £30 is enough for the vocational training certificate for one individual.
Yeah, for a 3-month block of training,
A 3-month block of training, which potentially could transform that person's life. Give them those skills that they need to be able to start their own business, do some work, which means that they can then go out and earn more money and help to support their community.
I'll give you another example. One of our first trainees in IT a few years ago eventually became employed at our Budaka campus. Last July we started a new centre in Namwendwa, which is further west near Kamuli. And he went there on secondment to set up the new centre, and we officially opened it with the government ministers last week. So again, there you've got skills transfer from one part of Uganda to a second part.
Yeah, fantastic. So spreading that that knowledge base and sort of multiplying the effect of that throughout the country. So in terms of the work that Humanity First is doing, it seems as if it's sort of increasing and expanding over time in Uganda, but other parts of Africa as well?
We're running almost 40 training centres now, all across West Africa and East Africa. So all the way from Senegal and Gambia in the west, through countries like Ivory Coast, all the way through to Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania in the east.
And you've been out quite a number of times to Africa and to sort of see those projects and to help to implement them. What have you seen as the biggest impact in terms of the effect on the lives of those individuals?
The greatest impact, as you had in the previous session, is when people don't need us anymore. Perfect example of Burkina Faso. We started off with an IT training centre and a cyber cafe as an income generator in Ouagadougou. From the income we generated from the Somgande Centre in Ouagadougou, we were able to open another 6 IT centres in the provinces. But some of the people that we trained started to understand how the business worked, set up their own centres and put us out of business. Fantastic. You've done the skills transfer, they don't need you anymore. And that is a perfect example of how we operate. All of our projects across the board, the actual objective is skills transfer and capacity building in low-income countries. Once we've done that, we can move elsewhere.
And as I said, that impact is incredible, but the amount of money that are involved in training for those individuals is actually very small. We talked about the £30, the setup costs and everything else for the buildings are a little bit more, but for training each individual, it doesn't cost that much, and the impact can be quite huge.
Yeah, we said £30, and that's largely, pretty much all across Africa. It's about the same. We've trained 53,000 people in the last decade across a range of skills, and with the modest income that we have to have that kind of impact, and those 53,000 are going to impact, a family of 5, family of 8. So you're talking at least 250,000 people.
And just a reminder for those watching at home that if you want to donate, you can do so on our website, humanityfirst.org, and just click on the donate button. Otherwise, if you want to, you can phone in and speak to the phone bank and make a donation through there, or make a pledge to donate money now. And that money will go directly to support the projects. And if I could bring Mahmoud Saab in at this point, in terms of the funding, in terms of how used in Humanity First, there's very little that goes for administrative costs.
Yeah.
And how does that model work? If you could explain that.
Let me first touch upon Budaka, because that's a very good example in terms
Yeah.
of how Humanity First has funded the project. Like what Fazal Sahab has said, we had the 10 hectare of land donated by the local provincial government. The funding for the development on the site was the second phase that we had to undertake from our own funds. Obviously, there was, being a charity, there was no restricted fund particularly for this development. So we pulled in, started saving money with the passage of time in terms of, get something done, because, there was a commitment from Humanity First. And if I tell today that, it has been a very turbulent sort of, task of getting the funds in, because our hands were very tight in terms of, funds, because the funds had to be spent in charities very particularly in a specific bucket, and we are accountable to the donors in those specific terms. So the savings actually every year from our general pool were funding for the development. And by the grace of Allah, more than 100,000 has been spent, 100,000 pounds has been spent on the development. Yes, we've saved a lot of money, because initially when the planning and the landscaping architecture was being planned, that itself could have costed a lot of money. Luckily, there was a young architect from UK who volunteered.
Yes.
That, being my first project, if Humanity First can fund my ticket, I'll go and do the entire job for you, for free, nothing to charge. So he went there, and to date, that master plan is still active. And then we started to engage some other countries, from UAE, then from Europe, started to sort of chip into this project. Because we had to show some tangible results before we could go and ask for money. So the last phase of this, the Budaka development, is going to take place from next financial year, where the last building of the plan, the last Lego piece on this sort of plan is going to come in, where we're building the auditorium and the admin block. By the grace of Allah, I think 5 or 6 buildings are up. They're all built from scratch, from foundation up. The utility of provision of water services had to be done. That's a huge cost, because it's not rehabilitation. It was a fresh well that had to be dug. So the fundings were very difficult and very challenging. And with small savings every year, 5,000, 6,000, 10,000, 20,000, whatever we could sort of engage, with the help of some other countries as well, we did that. But fundings are key, and the donors must understand, and we understand that we are accountable.
It has a huge impact, makes a big difference. So again, for those watching at home, you can donate now through the website humanityfirst.org. We are going to hand over now. I would like to thank my guests here in the studio. We're going to hand over to our French team for a short period of time, and they're going to be going through some of the specific work of the French branch of Humanity First. So you'll join them again. You can watch them in a few minutes from now, and then join us again after that. So thank you very much, and we're going to hand over to the French team now.
Bienvenue sur le plateau du Téléthon international. Je vous rappelle quelques éléments d'information fondamentaux, notamment le hashtag HF Téléthon 16 qui vous permet notamment de suivre toute notre actualité. Vous pouvez la suivre sur Twitter. Vous pouvez également aller sur Facebook, sur la page Humanity First France de Facebook. Il y a le site internet qui est mis à votre disposition pour faire l'ensemble des dons, www.humanityfirst.org. Pour aller faire des dons, il vous suffit simplement de vous rendre sur cette page internet. Vous allez voir qu'il y a un formulaire de préinscription. Vous vous inscrivez, il suffit simplement d'indiquer, et ça c'est très important, que vous faites le don pour la France, puisque vous allez avoir une liste de pays qui va défiler. Vous avez également un numéro sur lequel vous pouvez nous joindre tout de suite et éventuellement passer en direct sur notre plateau. C'est au 01 73 03 44 00. Vous pouvez également, et je le rappelle à titre d'information, faire des promesses et des dons directs. Et le but que nous voulons atteindre aujourd'hui est celui de 1 million d'euros. Donc on compte sur vous, on compte sur votre participation active et proactive pour ce faire. Et avec moi aujourd'hui deux membres de l'association, deux adhérents. Tout d'abord à ma gauche, Wajahat Chaudhry. Bonjour. Vous êtes président de l'association Humanity First France.
C'est ça.
Et j'ai également Tariq Joahir, bonjour. Vous êtes Tariq Joahir, chargé de communication et marketing de l'association. Alors, peut-être que vous pouvez vous présenter un petit peu plus vis-à-vis de ceux qui nous regardent pour qu'ils en sachent un peu plus sur votre profil, Wajahat.
Donc rapidement, concernant mon profil, je suis actuellement en fait étudiant, en master tout simplement. Et donc je suis, comme vous l'avez dit, président de la branche française d'Humanity First, une association caritative installée dans 46 pays dans le monde.
D'accord. Et cette association caritative, si vous pouvez juste peut-être rappeler en deux mots brièvement ce qu'elle fait.
En quelques mots, l'objectif d'Humanity First, c'est de soulager la détresse des populations les plus démunies. C'est d'apporter notre aide, notre soutien, que ce soit aussi bien des soutiens médicaux, que ce soit soutien lorsqu'il y a des désastres naturels tels que le tremblement de terre. Donc nous apportons notre appui pour former les populations les plus démunies, les aider en cas de désastre et puis vraiment...
Oui, comme le disait la vidéo en introduction, vraiment pour qu'ils accèdent à l'indépendance.
C'est ça, ouais, c'est pour vraiment rendre les personnes autonomes, en fait, pas juste assister ces personnes-là qui sont en détresse et leur montrer qu'on peut juste les assister, mais vraiment les rendre autonomes pour leur montrer qu'ils peuvent s'en sortir seuls.
Et eux-mêmes.
Voilà, c'est ça exactement.
Ok. Écoutez, merci beaucoup. Tariq, est-ce que tu peux nous présenter un peu ton travail, ce que tu fais au sein de Humanity First ?
Alors je suis chargé de communication, je suis prof d'anglais dans la vie civile, je suis prof d'anglais dans le privé. Et pour l'association Humanity First, je m'occupe de la communication, donc essentiellement le site internet, l'élaboration de newsletters qu'on a commencé avec le nouveau président, et l'élaboration de posters et brochures pour présenter un peu le travail qui est fait en France et à l'international, pour susciter des dons, des partenariats avec d'autres entreprises, etc. Surtout le côté marketing et communication. D'accord,
donc cette bannière que vous avez pu voir qui a été faite donc oui. Par Tariq par exemple. Alors merci beaucoup pour vos réponses. On va tout de suite s'orienter vers un premier invité puisqu'il est au téléphone avec nous. Nous avons en ligne un invité qui est le docteur Sako qui nous appelle de France. Docteur Sako, bonjour. Docteur Sako, oui, non, non. Bon, on va le reprendre un peu plus tard. Pour le moment, on va peut-être parler de nos actions en France. Vous qui êtes président de l'association, peut-être vous pouvez nous introduire un petit peu. Et puis Tariq et moi, on va se joindre également à la discussion pour ce qui est de ce qu'on fait en France en ce moment. Les actions qui sont faites en France sont principalement liées au sans domicile fixe. C'est-à-dire que nous allons apporter un soutien moral déjà dans un premier temps. Nous allons à la rencontre des sans-abri dans les rues de Paris, dans les rues de toute la France entière. Un soutien moral afin de dialoguer avec eux. Et donc ensuite, on écoute un peu les besoins qu'ils ont, que ce soit de la nourriture, des vêtements, des chaussures. Nous leur apportons les alors on m'a dit que Dr Sako est de retour. Alors Dr Sako, bonjour.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, merci d'être avec nous aujourd'hui en direct pour ce Téléthon international. Alors, Dr Sako, vous êtes un fervent adhérent de Humanity First, notamment pour ce qui est de la branche française. Vous avez beaucoup travaillé pour Humanity First et vous avez notamment fait une formation médicale au Mali. Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer un peu Est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer un petit peu ce que vous avez fait pendant ce séjour au Mali?
D'abord, merci. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuhu à toute l'équipe. Effectivement, le service qu'on a rendu au Mali, c'était un projet qu'on avait élaboré à la Diaspora de 2014 à Londres. Et ce projet, c'était quoi? C'était la formation du médecin chef du centre humanitaire à Bamako. Et cette formation, on voulait le faire venir en France ici, mais c'était pas évident. Et d'où on a essayé de faire la formation sur place à Bamako.
D'accord. Alors, merci, Dr Sako. Alors, en quoi consistait exactement cette formation? Qu'est-ce que vous leur enseignez aux gens au Mali?
Alors, c'était une formation basée sur l'échographie. Vous savez qu'à Bamako, on fait des échographies un peu partout, mais ça c'est devenu très cher à la portée de la population. Et d'où la nécessité de former un médecin sur place à Bamako là-bas.
D'accord.
Et cette formation s'était assurée par le docteur Koné et moi-même. Nous avons fait en un premier lieu 2 semaines d'affilée et la suite a été assurée par le professeur Kané sur place à Bamako.
Alors, on a actuellement le président qui voudrait peut-être ajouter quelque chose sur le plateau.
Docteur Sako, vous qui avez la chance en fait de visiter la clinique Humanity First au Mali, qu'avez-vous pensé en fait des infrastructures que Humanity First du coup a mis en place à Bamako pour la population du Mali?
D'abord, la première des choses, c'est-à-dire quand on était parti la première fois, pratiquement personne ne connaissait Humanity First. Mais Inch'Allah, cette année, quand je suis parti, dès que je parle Humanity First, partout à Bamako, à l'intérieur, tout le monde connaît Humanity First aujourd'hui au Mali.
D'accord.
Je voudrais juste dire quelque chose par rapport au fonctionnement du Humanity First. Dr Sako, il est volontaire, donc il est parti à ses propres frais pendant 16 heures de repos. Donc ça c'est pour expliquer un peu le fonctionnement du Humanity First, c'est-à-dire on optimise les frais et vous êtes parti à vos frais, Dr Sako, c'est ça?
La formation du docteur Keita aussi, on a pris ça aussi en charge.
D'accord.
Ils ont même pris en charge en fait les frais pour la formation du docteur Keita sur place. Donc c'est-à-dire il a fallu acheter peut-être des matériaux médicaux pour aider justement à la formation.
Ils sont arrivés là-bas, ils ont formé un docteur à leurs frais, avec leur savoir, et après ils ont permis justement cette autonomisation en fait du service.
C'est ça. Ouais.
Et du coup ils sont revenus. Merci beaucoup, docteur Sako, d'être intervenu sur le plateau. On va peut-être prendre une deuxième personne qui est actuellement en ligne, et c'est Madame Wahida Mohamed Hossein qui est donatrice en France. Madame, vous êtes avec nous?
Allô, vous m'entendez?
Oui, on vous entend.
D'accord.
Alors, vous nous appelez, vous allez faire un don en ligne aujourd'hui?
Je vais faire un don effectivement en ligne aujourd'hui. Et avant tout, je suis adhérente de la Humanity First France. Et bien sûr, comme en tant qu'Ahmadi, je vais participer à ce Telethon international.
D'accord. Qu'est-ce qui vous a motivé qu'est-ce qui vous a motivé à adhérer à Humanity First et à faire ce don pour ce Téléthon justement?
En tant que musulmane Ahmadi, notre devoir d'être adhérente. On devrait tous adhérer à Humanity First afin de promouvoir l'Ahmadiyya à travers le monde, car les actions d'Humanity First aux côtés des personnes démunies est une action que tout musulman nous devons, ça fait partie de notre foi, servir l'humanité, et c'était tout naturellement que j'ai adhéré à Humanity First et que je fais des dons réguliers.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Wahida. Il y a Tariq qui veut ajouter quelque chose sur le plateau.
Madame Wahida, vous êtes intervenue auprès de Humanity First France par l'entremise de votre travail aussi. Vous avez soutenu un projet de l'association française.
Je suis en fait aussi bénévole au sein de ma commune de Chelles, bénévole à la Croix-Rouge. Je suis la secrétaire service social de la Seine-et-Marne, donc en fait je m'occupe aussi des denrées, de collecte de denrées alimentaires. Dernièrement, nous avons fait une collecte en faveur d'Humanity First France. Et en tant que musulmane, c'est notre devoir.
Merci beaucoup, Madame Wahida. On vous laisse sur ces dernières paroles qui sont assez enrichissantes. Je pense que, effectivement, c'est le devoir de tout musulman de participer à l'humanitaire. On va revenir peut-être un peu, avant de prendre éventuellement un autre invité qui nous rejoindra en cours d'émission, on va revenir un peu sur notre travail en France. Vous aviez commencé à parler de l'aide aux personnes démunies. Est-ce qu'on a également d'autres éléments à apporter sur ce sujet ou sur autre chose?
Sur ce sujet, oui, éventuellement. Donc, comme vous l'a dit Madame Wahida, elle participe notamment aux collectes de colis alimentaires. Récemment aussi, ils ont fait une grosse collecte de colis alimentaires chez eux dans le 77, dans le département du 77. Et donc ces colis en fait sont destinés à des familles qui n'ont pas les moyens de subvenir à leurs besoins en fin de mois, généralement car soit le salaire n'est pas assez conséquent, soit ils ont des problèmes de travail, donc un travail irrégulier. Donc nous essayons d'apporter notre appui à ces familles avec enfants, de ce qui plus est, c'est très touchant en fait. Donc nous essayons d'apporter notre appui de ce côté-là. Ensuite, il y a d'autres activités que nous faisons telles que les maisons de retraite. Donc nous envisageons de visiter les maisons de retraite au moins une fois par mois, comme ils nous le proposent en fait, à faire des activités avec eux, avec les résidents, toujours pour un peu élever le dialogue social. En fait, il faut savoir que l'humanitaire, ce n'est pas juste aider, on peut donner de son temps en fait, ce n'est pas juste donner de l'argent pour aider des sans domicile fixe ou autre, on peut donner de son temps, aller visiter les maisons de retraite, ça fait partie de l'humanitaire, c'est du social. Et donc c'est aussi un travail à faire, il faut sensibiliser la population justement à faire ce genre d'action.
Alors je sais que Tariq, tu as fait une bannière vraiment pour l'aide qu'on apportait aux personnes démunies, et le message était assez fort où on voyait justement. Est-ce que vous pouvez peut-être un peu expliquer ce poster que vous aviez fait?
En fait, c'était une série de posters qui illustraient en fait le fait de sortir les gens de l'isolement, parce qu'il y a un isolement social, comme il disait, c'est donner de son temps, passer du temps avec des gens qui sont isolés socialement, comme les gens qui sont en maison de retraite et les sans domicile fixe. On a eu beaucoup de critiques à ce sujet par rapport à Humanity First France, des gens qui veulent plus adhérer, qui veulent plus participer parce qu'ils veulent qu'on se consacre à des gens qui sont encore plus démunis dans le tiers-monde. Mais il faut savoir qu'il y a une misère sociale et psychologique en France et que la charité, ça commence à notre porte et que c'est pour ça qu'on se concentre aussi sur les projets en France parce que nous, on intervient pour l'humanité et on ne le choisit pas. La misère, elle vient à nous.
Peut-être que pour cette série de posters, on pourrait aller voir sur le site internet de Humanity First France et vous pouvez retrouver. Alors on va prendre un invité qui est également avec nous en ligne. C'est un donateur régulier également. C'est Hadi Ishtiaq. Hadi Ishtiaq, est-ce que vous nous entendez?
Allô?
Oui, bonjour Hadi Ishtiaq. Alors, vous nous entendez?
Oui, je vous entends très bien, oui.
Alors, vous avez décidé de faire un don aujourd'hui pour le Telethon international, c'est bien ça?
Voilà, c'est ça, oui.
Alors, qu'est-ce qui vous a motivé exactement et depuis quand vous connaissez Humanity First et quel rôle vous avez joué en tant que donateur, mais également en tant qu'adhérent?
Voilà, en fait, ça fait quelques années que je suis adhérent Humanity First. Et bon, j'essaye de donner régulièrement ce que je peux. En fait, j'ai été aussi en Afrique et j'ai vu les projets que Humanity First a fait là-bas. Et ça m'a vraiment touché parce qu'on n'a pas conscience ici des difficultés des gens là-bas. Par exemple, pour l'eau. Ici, on ouvre le robinet, on a accès à l'eau directe, alors que là-bas, les femmes doivent marcher plusieurs kilomètres pour aller chercher de l'eau. Et aussi, Humanity First, c'est pas seulement aider les gens, mais c'est aussi leur permettre de ne plus être assistés, en fait. Parce que, par exemple, avec les écoles de couture ou les écoles pour apprendre l'informatique, ça permet aux gens d'être autonomes. Parce que j'ai vu qu'il y avait des dames qui avaient pris des cours de couture dans les écoles Humanity First au Mali et au Burkina. Puis après, elles ont commencé à faire leur commerce elles-mêmes. Donc, elles avaient plus besoin d'être aidées. Et ça aussi, c'est un bon point, puisque c'est pas seulement sortir les gens, enfin donner de l'argent, mais c'est aussi leur permettre d'être autonomes après.
D'accord, alors vous dites que vous avez pu voir, est-ce que vous avez fait des voyages en Afrique, vous personnellement?
Oui, donc moi j'ai été au Burkina Faso et au Mali. Au Mali, j'ai été là il y a 2 mois environ. Et j'ai vu vraiment le travail que Humanity First fait là-bas. C'est vraiment extraordinaire. Je suis allé dans un village vraiment reculé où il n'y avait même pas l'électricité. Ils ont fait une école et des puits pour aider les gens là-bas. Parce qu'ils n'avaient vraiment pas accès aux facilités que nous ici on n'a même pas. Enfin, on peut même pas s'imaginer, quoi.
Merci beaucoup pour ce témoignage et puis à très bientôt. Du coup, on continuera à recevoir vos dons avec plaisir sur Humanity First France. Je rappelle que vous pouvez nous suivre à travers le hashtag HFTeleton16 sur Twitter. Vous pouvez également venir sur Facebook puisqu'il y a toute notre actualité sur la page de Humanity First France. Et vous avez également le site internet qui est mis à votre disposition. On compte vraiment sur vous pour activement donner sur www.humanityfirst.org. Vous allez voir, la procédure est très simple puisqu'il vous suffit simplement de remplir un formulaire et sur ce formulaire vous avez l'ensemble des informations à donner et surtout quand vous sélectionnez le pays, n'oubliez pas de sélectionner la France et ne sélectionnez pas un autre pays. Voilà, ce petit détail étant rappelé, on va revenir vers les personnes qu'on a sur notre plateau qui sont les 2 adhérents et qui interviennent de manière régulière dans les projets d'Humanity First. Peut-être parler un peu, puisqu'on a fait une transition vers l'Afrique, si vous voulez parler un peu des projets africains qu'on a et qu'est-ce qu'on a fait, ce qu'on a fait exactement en Afrique.
Nous avons eu un projet marquant en Afrique. Il faut savoir qu'on a pu avoir une collaboration avec la Fondation Total grâce à une adhérente en fait d'Humanity First France qui a permis de déposer un dossier en fait à la Fondation Total qui a financé du coup un projet. Et ce projet en fait il s'agissait de faire un puits dans le village de Diabang au Sénégal. Et donc en fait ça permettait d'apporter de l'eau à 200 villageois.
Excusez-moi, je vous coupe, je vous coupe, mais on a justement en ligne l'adhérente qui a fait que ce projet en Afrique puisse se réaliser. Alors, Madame Amina Nabibakus, vous nous entendez?
Salam alaikum.
Ouais, comme ça. Alors, Madame Amina, pourriez-vous nous expliquer comment ce projet a été mis en œuvre? D'abord, qui vous êtes peut-être et comment vous avez eu cette relation un peu privilégiée avec l'entreprise Total, et ensuite, dans un second temps, comment vous avez pu mettre en œuvre ce partenariat avec Humanity First France?
Alors, en tant que collaboratrice Total, j'ai accès à tout ce qui fait la fondation sur mon intranet interne dans le groupe. Et le Total tous les ans la fondation surtout donne des subventions aux associations humanitaires. Ils font beaucoup d'humanitaire. Et quand j'ai vu, je me suis dit pourquoi ne pas laisser profiter Humanity First. Donc là, j'ai contacté l'ancien président de Humanity First, M. Rabat, et il m'a préparé un dossier que j'ai rempli moi sur mon intranet en dehors de travail, bien sûr. Et après ce dossier, j'ai contacté la fondation pour demander plus de renseignements, comment remplir ce dossier, comment ce qu'il faut faire et tout. Ils m'ont donné plein de détails. Et après, il y a une commission. Là, le dossier passe dans une commission et les meilleurs projets sont sélectionnés. Donc les meilleurs projets sont sélectionnés pour voir, parce que c'est aussi pour faire travailler les gens dans les pays. Par exemple, comme moi, mon projet c'était Sénégal, c'était pour faire participer les gens, les Sénégalais, les gens, les locaux, les gens sur place. Et c'était un dossier très bien présenté, très bien fait, et la subvention a été acceptée.
Et comment vous avez trouvé du coup le travail qu'avait fait Humanity First France sur place? Est-ce que vous avez trouvé que c'était un bon travail par rapport à ce que Total attendait ou?
Exactement, parce que le rapport que M. Wajahat m'a envoyé, c'était très 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 bien fait, et ça a fait plaisir à la Fondation aussi que le fait de voir qu'il y a un petit village maintenant qui a de l'eau. Et les gens, on a un bureau au Sénégal, le directeur général là-bas, il a vu le dossier, et c'était un très bon travail. Humanity First a fait du très bon travail, il n'y a aucun reproche, et la Fondation est très fière de vous.
Merci beaucoup,
Et
madame.
la bonne nouvelle, c'est qu'il y a un autre dossier qui se prépare, qui est en cours, et parce que la campagne a commencé depuis le 3 avril, qui est valable jusqu'au 13 mai. Donc je suis en préparation d'un deuxième dossier avec M. Wajahat.
Bah, écoutez, c'est super. On espère que ça va se concrétiser. Merci beaucoup, Madame Nabibacus, de nous avoir rejoints sur notre plateau. On va filer tout de suite vers une autre personne, puisqu'elle est associée encore une fois à ce projet. C'est Monsieur Moussa Soumaré, qui a justement beaucoup contribué à travers sa présence physique au Sénégal. Alors, Moussa Soumaré, est-ce que vous nous entendez? Allô? Oui, Monsieur Soumaré, vous nous entendez?
Vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui, super. Alors, pourriez-vous nous expliquer, puisque vous êtes parti, on est actuellement en train de discuter du projet que Humanity First France a fait au Sénégal. Alors, est-ce que vous pouvez nous expliquer un peu quel a été l'objet de votre présence sur place? Qu'est-ce que vous avez pu apporter aux personnes qui étaient sur place et comment vous avez élevé leur niveau de vie ou comment vous avez aidé à les autonomiser?
Alors, bonjour. Oui, donc notre projet avec M. Wajahat qui est sur le plateau, c'était, comme a dit Mme Amina, je viens d'entendre aussi que c'était grâce à elle avec la Fondation Total qu'on a pu bénéficier d'argent pour essayer en fait de soulager les populations de la ville de Diaban. Diaban, c'est un petit village en Casamance, c'est un tout petit village au bord de la route. Vous m'entendez?
Oui, oui, oui.
C'est un petit village au bord de la route qui n'avait pas de puits ni de blocs maraîchers. Donc l'objectif a été de forer un puits et un bloc maraîcher, c'est-à-dire essayer de faire en sorte que les personnes soient autonomes au niveau de la nourriture, des plantations. Donc l'avantage avec le bloc maraîcher, c'était que les familles pouvaient planter, ensuite récolter et vendre tout ce qu'elles avaient issu de la terre. Et une partie revenait directement à Humanity First qui réinvestissait sur des barrières. Parce que le plus gros problème en fait qu'on rencontre en Afrique n'est pas d'avoir le terrain, mais c'est plutôt la clôture. La clôture, parce que sinon les animaux sauvages viennent et se nourrissent directement des plantations que les villageois se terre. Donc avec cet argent, elles vont financer Allô?
Oui, 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 on vous entend, allez-y, continuez.
Elles vont financer les clôtures, en fait, les clôtures qu'elles vont pouvoir étendre, ça veut dire qu'elles vont pouvoir agrandir le champ et c'est une autonomie totale, complète. C'est-à-dire que Humanity First ne finance plus rien. Avec ce qu'elles vendent, elles se financent automatiquement. Voilà.
Merci
le puits
beaucoup.
est juste à côté, donc c'est une très bonne nouvelle pour elles.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Moussa Soumaré. Alors, il nous reste 2 minutes pour clôturer, et ça va clôturer notre temps de parole ici sur le plateau. Alors, peut-être que vous voulez rajouter rapidement quelques éléments.
Juste c'est que on a un prochain projet avec Wajahat. On a encore d'autres projets pour Humanity First au Sénégal. Donc notre objectif c'est toujours le même. Pour l'instant, on va essayer de faire en sorte que ce soit notre marque de fabrique, de mettre des puits et des blocs maraîchers pour que les gens puissent avoir leur indépendance et leur autonomie. Voilà.
Merci Moussa. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Moussa. Et nous allons clôturer ici l'émission. Merci à tous les deux d'être intervenus et d'avoir un peu partagé vos expériences respectives dans le cadre d'Humanity First France. On va voir une petite vidéo qui va arriver par la suite et ensuite un autre panel va prendre la suite. D'ici à la prochaine fois, nous vous souhaitons à tous une excellente journée et à très bientôt. Merci beaucoup.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are now well into the telethon, and I want to let you know that as of 1:46, we have $158,000 pledged. I hope we can increase that figure significantly over the next hour. Of that 158, 100,000 was pledged by Germany, $53,000 by Pakistan, and of course, the French have been on the air, so we haven't had their figures yet. And of course, now we're in the UK segment of this telethon that's going to go on for about 24 hours. Now, I'm joined here today by Mirza Tahir Ahmed, who works for Humanity First. Can you just describe what it is you do?
I'm the Operation Manager for Disaster Relief Team. I've been working for Humanity First since 2009, and like everyone else in the organisation, I'm extremely passionate and dedicated to try and serve humanity.
Now, I know that you've been out to Greece to look at this refugee crisis. What's the situation like there?
Well, owing to the wars in Syria, Iraq and Afghanistan, these countries have been absolutely devastated by conflict. And it's quite natural, with one civilian dying every 25 minutes, they want some peace and security and flocking to Europe to get that. What's very concerning is that these numbers aren't dwindling. In fact, in January to March 2015, there were 23,000 refugees making their way into Europe. The same period this year, January to March 2016, there were 171,000. So an increase, if you were to use the exact figures, of 636%. So this is a massive test of a country's capacity and a massive test of the responders' capabilities.
And I think the shocking thing here is the number of children, isn't it?
Yes, of that 171,000, 35% of them are children, and even more concerning is that a large number of them are unaccompanied, i.e. orphans.
So they've made this journey. Can you describe the sort of journeys that they've made?
If we take the example of Syrians, a number of them, or nearly all of them, are making their journey on foot to Turkey and the western borders of Turkey, taking boats from Turkey into Lesbos and many other islands managed by Greece, and onto the mainland of Greece itself. Again, infamously, we all know that the condition of these boats is quite gross in terms of overcrowding. They're poorly equipped and they're poorly maintained, and capsizing and drowning is all too common now. And these pictures, these images that you see, and these social media messages going across to the migrants directly is creating a sense of sort of hysteria. And a number of these migrants are now making their way from northern Egypt into the heels of Italy, just by normal dinghies that you're seeing on your screen.
I mean, there's obviously a huge number of challenges and horrors these people face. Can you just describe some of the challenges that they go through?
Emotionally and psychologically, there's a sense of euphoria when they arrive onto the Greek mainland. They are happy they've made it past that very treacherous leg of their journey. But once they're in, the shock starts being processed, and there's that gut-wrenching sense of lack of certainty about their future and self-determination. But once they're there are a number of hotspots that the refugees can visit, or camps they can visit. There are a number of them, but the key one that I got very close and personal with was the Port Piraeus. Now, this is the main reception point from the ferries coming in off the islands of Greece. And it's quite a sight to behold. These local residents who, in a very non-affluent area, oversaw this port being overrun by refugees, and liaised directly with the port authorities to try and create a makeshift reception centre. It's not a particularly well-run centre, because these are volunteers from the local area. And it's a very hand-to-mouth ad hoc operation, and their capacities are being stretched as well. A common sight to see is that children and women sleeping on cold, hard concrete floors.
This is obviously a horrendous story that many people have known about for over a year. They watch it on the news on a regular basis. Quite a lot of people are doing a great many things to try and alleviate the suffering, right from volunteers up to governments and so on. And I think there's a great deal more I think we need to talk about and learn about what Humanity First is doing. But before we do, can I just ask, ladies and gentlemen, please remember that we have a donation line open. There is a website address that will be appearing on the ticker tape, and we'll be pushing out through Twitter and other means the way that you can monitor this program, the way that you can donate, and the numbers you can use to call in. And we'd be very happy to receive calls from any of you, if you like, just to comment. You don't have to make a donation, just comments of support. And if you've been out contributing to this relief effort, it would be great to hear from you. So turning now, Harry, can you just explain some of the things that Humanity First is doing to help with this crisis?
Well, initially at the borders of Germany and our interfaces with other nations, we were greeting the refugees with sanitation packs to continue the onward journey and trying to settle down, also offering psychological and translation support. In Athens, we are working directly with the UN to create assessment reports to help them understand how to serve the Syrian refugees and the Iraqi refugees coming across. We're also sitting on their cluster coordination meetings to help them understand the nuances of Islamic culture and Islamic practice, which is kind of missing initially. The main thing that I'm involved in right now is the creation of an application called Site Manager. And what that allows...
That's interesting. What you're telling me is you're involved in making an app to help with this disaster?
Yes.
What's the purpose of this app?
Well, this app is about using information efficiently and effectively. There was a situation in Haiti where where multiple organizations converged on one city and didn't coordinate the information and oversupplied this area with the goods and fishing boats, and they actually ended up depleting the supply of fish in the area. So it's about working intelligently to create a better situation for the particular scenario. In this app, the Site Manager app allows a site manager or a hotspot manager to relay his needs in a quantitative form to all the NGOs who are trying to respond to this site. So an NGO can look at the information or the site manager's entered and quickly respond back saying, this is how much I'm going to respond with, this is the time, this is the date I'm going to respond with. And what it allows is the intelligent notifications to go to particular NGOs who are only interested or only able to respond to specific aspects of a disaster response. So it enables coordinated information, instant communications to happen, and global visibility. What's fantastic about this app and why I urge people to donate is because this is an app that if you were to donate to, if this is a cause you were to get involved in, this will be an immense and long-lasting application that can be used in multiple disaster sites.
This is truly amazing. You mentioned, and I think people before us have mentioned, the fact that people like you go out and help with these disaster relief operations. You do this for free. Very little, if any, of the money is used to support the voluntary work that you do. The money is given to the people. But the amazing thing you told me here is that Humanity First is now taking a leadership role in the international community to help work with other NGOs, work with international organizations such as the UN, by facilitating them with this app, which effectively increases global awareness of who's doing what is needed where, so that the aid that the people donate, either through Humanity First, through the disaster appeals, national disaster appeals, through international funding, all of that aid can be targeted at the right place at the right time.
Exactly, absolutely spot on, and that's what we're looking to achieve long term, not just here in Greece but across the world.
And this work to develop this aid app, whatever it is you're going to call it, who's doing this work and how much is it costing?
Well, the budget hasn't been drawn up yet, but I'm leading on this project. A lot of the developers that I have involved now, they're working for free. There are costs associated with creating this app, hosting, the server costs, and liaising with the UN in Athens. But in terms of leverage value, it's incredible. It's exponential.
That's a truly amazing story of dedicated volunteers like you and people working not just to help people on the ground at the coalface, but also producing something that coordinates and focuses the efforts of the many organizations working. Mr. Tahir, thank you very much. It's superb work, which I would encourage everybody to support when they can, if they can, and I hope that we can look forward to more calls, more donations to support the excellent work that you're doing out there. Now, Syria, we've heard about its burden of refugees spilling out into Europe. Many of them, of course, are spilling out closer to home, so to speak, across the border in countries like Turkey and Jordan. And it is to Jordan that I think we need to turn next. We have a video of some of the fantastic work that Humanity First is doing in Jordan now.
دراسة سنتين فشفت طالبة دلتني على المعهد وأجيت كتير منيح يعني استفدت وهي أول فصل راح أقدمه إن شاء الله.
ممكن تكون ماسكة عبارة عن مصدر الجهد بالبطارية، ممكن تكون ماسكة موزعة تاني.
وفرت لي المدرسة كتير شغلات من ضمنها إنه هون ما حسنت أدرس بمدارس عامة، حسنت هون أدرس هلا أقدم توجيه علمي. يعني الحمد لله عم أطمح لأنه لقدام اخذ منحه انه اخذ يعني مجموعه ان شاء الله فوق ال 95.
بدرس صيدله بجامعه الزيتونه، اجيت على الاردن قبل سنه ونص، وبحب اشكر الجمعيات الخيريه اللي ساهمت في انه نقدر نكمل تعليمنا الجامعي، وبخص بالذكر جمعيه هيومانيتي فيرست لانها قدمت لنا منح طلابيه وخلتنا نقدر نكمل حلمنا بالدراسه الجامعيه.
تكفلوا في أطفال أيتام ومحتاجين في رسالة تعليم. بارك الله فيهم وإحنا معاهم والله يقويهم للهيومانيتي فيرست وعلى خطى الحبيب مثل ما بنحكي عليه الصلاة والسلام. إن شاء الله إنه نقدم الرسالة تبعتهم وإحنا معاهم.
Welcome back. That video that you saw of the Syrian children studying with Jordanian children, so that they're not actually in a camp environment, they're being integrated into society, and that school and that work being done by Humanity First. Excellent work. I've been out there, but I have a guest who has spent a great deal more time and knows a great deal more about this. I'd like to go and speak to the man who's been doing that excellent work, and he appeared in some of the shots, our Humanity First representative in Jordan, Mr. Rafiq Shannon. Mr. Shannon, are you on the line?
Yes, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum salam. Thank you very much for taking time out to speak to us. Can you tell us a little bit more about the work that you're doing out there?
Well, as you have seen, we have two educational projects, one on the kindergarten level. There I would like to add that in the scope of work with the Syrian refugee children, our kindergarten is not just a usual kindergarten as you would have anywhere in the world, but it has to deal with traumatized children. So the possibility to attend a kindergarten is at the same time also a healing experience for them. Regarding the second project, where we are preparing young ladies and gents to enter the university. As you could see, they are, of course, extremely grateful that we help them to enable them to pass the examinations. At the same time, they are very worried about how they will be able to attend the university, because even state universities in Jordan are not free. It costs about £3,000 per student per year. Therefore, we are hoping that in this telethon, we will be able to raise some funds to offer some scholarships to the students who have attended our project. Thank you in advance to all the donors.
Yes, indeed. And what you're saying really is fascinating. What you're saying is that in the kindergarten especially, what we're providing is not just education, which is important in itself. What we're providing is a healing experience for children who've been traumatized by some of the horrific scenes that they've come across, traumatized by the fact that they've lost parents, they've lost siblings, they've lost family members, traumatized by the dislocation. So it is not just education, it is a healing experience. And you're saying, I think, that it's costing no more than about £350 per child to educate them every year through the kindergarten and subsequent stages. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this process that you've started, Mr. Shannon, and you've been doing this for now, what, 3 or 4 years? This process takes children from kindergarten all the way up to university. Is that right?
Humanity First now in the two projects, in the one project, the kindergarten project will then enable them to enter the Jordanian school system. We are at the moment just offering the kindergarten level. And then at the same time, we are offering in a separate project the grade 12 level to assist the students to pass the university entrance examination.
Okay, so from kindergarten, a gap, and then you're looking at the students who are looking for a future. And of course, this is really important. The Syrian young people need to feel that they have a future. And if they can have a future in the region, close to their country, close to their homes, then there is always the hope that they can educate themselves to rebuild that country when it will hopefully, God willing, return to peace and prosperity. And this is why educating these adults, these young adults, so that they can get a university education is so important. And Mr. Shannon, I think you were saying that it costs about £3,000 to sponsor a child through university?
Right. So at the university level, we would be looking at around £3,000 per student.
That's very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Shannon. I can only thank you and encourage you to carry on this excellent work that you're doing. I, of course, had the pleasure of meeting you a couple of years ago and seeing some of it myself, but I would like to now turn to our guest in the studio, Mr. Hafiz Aziz, who's actually been out there to describe what his impressions were of Humanity First's work out there.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Yes, as Rafiq Shannon has highlighted about the two projects on the ground, they're quite crucial. Education is something that's very, very valuable to these refugees, and that's something, when I was on the ground, you could palpably see the difference it makes. If you can imagine, Jordan is housing nearly 600,000 of these refugee children, and a lot of these children are orphans. They've lost their parents, so they're in a vacuum. They're not in their home. Some of them have lost their identities in terms of paper identities, so they're almost stateless individuals in a way. And a young child in any environment, if he's not got some proper schooling, he's open to all sorts of negative influences. So what education actually gives them, it gives them more than just an education, as you've said. It gives them a psychological healing and actually meeting some of these children, some of the horrific injuries that they have. We were in a hospital in Amman where there was a child amputee, lost his leg in an explosion, lost his whole family. At that point, he didn't know that he'd lost his family. He was picked up unconscious, he was in this hospital, and it's only when I was asking the question of the hospital that I was quietly told, he has no parents, his parents have died. He does not know that because he was in a coma for so long. So these are the real tragedies that you see on the ground.
Yeah, I think we have a video which will be coming up shortly, but you are particularly well placed to comment on this. Your day job, could you just describe what it is you do for a living?
I'm a doctor as a day job. I'm a GP in Yorkshire, and yes, when you see the damage to health, injuries, trauma, you would be a hard man not to be touched by that tragedy. Unfortunately, it is a tragedy that's there every single day. We may see it on our screens every so often, and sometimes we become hardened to these things. But when you're on the ground, you cannot be hardened. It's a daily occurrence for these children.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a video coming up soon, but the point I want to endorse just as before we see this video is that no matter how vivid the pictures on our TV screens, no matter how shocking the news that we get on a daily basis, it's only when you go out to the region, as I have done, and spoken to people who've been caught up in this horrific war, some of the horrible things that are happening to them, to their loved ones, that you realize just how awful the situation is. And anything we can do to alleviate that suffering, to give these young people a stake in the future, prepare them for the future, will be worth a huge amount, not just for them as individuals, but for the community out in Syria. So let's go to the video now.
أنا اسمي مالك عدنان الفراج من محافظة درعا، من ريف درعا بالتحديد. بدرس صيدلة بجامعة الزيتونة. اجيت على الأردن قبل سنة ونص. بحب أشكر الأردن على دعمها للتعليم، وبحب أشكر الجمعيات الخيرية اللي ساهمت في إنه نقدر نكمل تعليمنا الجامعي، وبخص بالذكر جمعية هيومانيتي فيرست لأنها قدمت لنا منح طلابية وخلتنا نقدر نكمل حلمنا بالدراسة الجامعية.
اسمي صفا نزال، جيت من ريف دمشق السيدة زينب من شي سنة تقريبا. جيت لهون على المدرسة، تعرفت كنت عم دور على معهد، انقطعت عن الدراسة سنتين، فشفت طالبة دلتني على المعهد واجيت. كتير منيح يعني، استفدت، وهي أول فصل راح أقدمه إن شاء الله، وكتير عم استفد من المعلمين، وبشكر المركز والداعمين له والمعهد والمنظمات كلها، وبالأخص هيومانيتي فيرست.
Well, that was says it all, really, isn't it? A small amount of money giving a huge amount of future to those young people. Thank you very much for those who've donated, and I can only encourage others to please dig deep. And by that, even if you only have a few pounds, if you're a student, a pupil at a school, if you've only got 50 pence, the important thing is that you make that donation, that you can see that your efforts are making a contribution. Now, we've got a call on the line, Mr. Nasir Butt from the UK. Mr. Butt, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
I can hear you.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Butt. You've called in. What are your impressions of the telethon so far?
Well, to be honest, I mean, I knew this was happening, but I just been very busy and I haven't really listened through all of the program, apart from the last 5 minutes. But I'm aware of, as you know, I'm involved in politics, so I'm aware of the environment within which the discussions are taking place. And I've sat through several conferences over the last few months about Syria. And I was at a Muslims conference yesterday where the whole issue about, the causes and the effects, and of course the effect in UK and the whole debate about how many refugees we can cope with and all the rest of it. It's a big issue. But I think coming back to humanity first, like all the other NGOs, we've got to support whatever we can do in terms of on the ground over there, and what is happening in terms of the environment, local environment, people's mindset, people's creating mindset in terms of locally what people can do to change government minds about various ways that we can help the people on the ground. It's very difficult to bring in all the issues, but I think all I would say is that like many of us, we contribute to that through Humanity First, through standing orders and through different ways. And money is required, and I think we should all do what we can on a regular basis in order to support Humanity First, because many of us can't give time, but what we can do is actually make sure that there's sufficient money there to keep the charity providing that essential humanitarian work. I just want to add my word of support to everybody and encourage everybody to support Humanity First.
I think those are very encouraging words of support, Mr. Nasir Butt. Thank you very much for them. And I think what you're saying is that we should keep the funding coming in. As we've heard already several times, what we're getting here is people of huge expertise, very highly qualified individuals going out for free to help people. So the funding that Humanity First gets, 99% of it or thereabouts, it goes straight to delivering effect on the ground, whether it's education, whether it's water, food, sanitation, shelter. It all goes straight to the people, just about all of it. And so I think that Mr. Butt's encouragement that people should donate is a very valid one, and I hope people will be. And I hope that Mr. Butt himself will have contacted all his friends and families today to encourage them to ring in with donations, to pledge donations on our website. The address is there, the telephone number is there, and I hope that you will all contribute. Now, before we go on to the next section, can I just ask Dr. Hafiz, what do you think is the most important thing that needs to be done in taking this project, this excellent project in Jordan, forward to deliver education and support for Syrian children?
I think there's two things, really. Firstly is the responsibility on us as an NGO, and secondly is the responsibility on the public. Responsibility on us as an NGO is to ensure that the good work that's actually being done on the ground, we're using platforms such as this and others to highlight and show to people. One of the biggest issues in the international aid sector is one of transparency and people having that trust in, is my penny being spent physically on the ground? So I think opportunities like this allow us to show the world this is where your money is spent. And on the other side, as members of the public, as we see these things, as we see NGOs, yes, Humanity First is one NGO, there's others also doing excellent work, to actually see who you can support, and support someone. If you're going to support Humanity First, very good. If you're going to support somebody else, but do support someone. That's what I would urge.
Absolutely, thank you very much. And now we've got, we now have a caller that I'm afraid the line has dropped, so it was going to be a call from Africa. I think that we've come to the end of this section. We're going to have another introduction of some of the work that we're doing in Africa just after us, but I'm very pleased to say that our caller from Tanzania, Mr. Nayab Said, is on the line. Mr. Said, can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Just to clarify, I'm not actually in Tanzania at the moment, but I have been to Tanzania.
Oh, I see. Okay, so where are you calling from?
I'm actually calling from Hazen, Middlesex.
Okay, so it's a little bit closer than Tanzania.
Absolutely.
No lions, I hope, in Middlesex.
No, I certainly hope not. We've got a regional Islamar going on, so you never know.
Yes, I can hear you well. Please share your thoughts with us, Mr. Said.
Yes, I went recently on a trip. I'm actually part of the Water for Life team. We went out to Tanzania to do some rehabilitations in January of this year. Now, by the grace of Allah, alhamdulillah, there's a fascinating trip. It's almost, one could almost call it life-changing in terms of some of the experiences that you see. I've been quite blessed. I've traveled quite extensively as part of my career and job. And this, for me, was country number 53. In my mind, I'd pretty much stereotyped it. I'm thinking, okay, I've seen poverty, I've seen, the challenges that some people face. So it'll probably be a hybrid of those. It couldn't have been further from the truth.
That's fantastic. Sorry, it's really good to hear what you're saying. Can you just tell me, what is it you do for a living before we talk a little bit more about your work in Tanzania?
Historically, I actually come from an IT background, but I've been consulting for the last sort of 5 to 7 years.
And that's one of the reasons why you do a lot of travelling.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great. So, yes, carry on.
We went out, and as we went out into the field, we travelled about 1,200 kilometres to get to the main region of Shinyanga, which is the northwestern region of Tanzania. It's one of the most sort of rural outposts. A lot of poverty exists there. Now, we were told that, yes, these people sometimes suffer in terms of the challenge they have in terms of the water that they're having and the water that they don't have access to. When we actually went out in the field and saw, we were pointed out to a well which had dried up. The well cap had been removed, which was quite a common challenge out there. What tends to happen is as the pumps infinitely break down, people get desperate for water, so what they do is they crack open the seal of the well and then start using buckets and ropes. What tends to follow is that the animals start to come close up to the well as they see pools of water stagnant around and things, which then in turn leads to infection of the wells. This was one of the main reasons why, as recently as last year, there was actually a very big outbreak of cholera throughout Tanzania as a result of this. So the challenges in terms of the work is not only securing the wells, disinfecting the water sources, and then actually putting up boundaries. And this, mashallah, by the grace of Allah, is the work that the Humanity First and the Water for Life teams and the IEEE teams are carrying out full force ahead. Now, to give you an example of the sort of challenges that the locals face there, we went to a newly built mosque in the region of Samuye, which is also in Shinyanga, and we're shown this well which had dried up, and they said, don't worry, there's actually a water source about 300 meters away. So we thought, okay, at least the people aren't suffering too bad. When we drove down to that
Sorry, Mr. Said, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you've given us some very, very interesting information. I just want to know, can you just tell me how many wells you've either dug or fixed in Tanzania?
IEEE, as a whole, have actually rehabilitated around 1,200 wells to date.
Over 100 wells?
Across 10 countries in Africa.
Wow, that's amazing. And how much is it costing per well?
The average well, for a new well, to drill a new well, can cost anything between sort of up to $5,000 to $10,000. Now, what the Jamaat has been focusing on in order to provide maximum amount of water to maximum number of people is we've been rehabilitating the well.
Yes.
Where the pumps are removed, cleaned out, and as a result, there's the rehabilitations you can get down to the market rates are about $2,500. And by the grace of Allah, the Jamaat has actually managed to get that down closer to $1,000 per pump.
So what you're saying is around about $5,000 for a completely new well, and around $1,000 to refurbish one that has been damaged or contaminated. Absolutely. And so on. This is amazing. And typically, how many people benefit from a single well, just roughly?
It can vary. Typically, the water aid sort of guidelines that are set down by UNICEF and the likes of Water Aid, they say on average that each well or each borehole should on average support around 250 people. But what we actually saw in reality, especially out in Shinyanga, was the average borehole was supporting up to between 3,000 and 4,000 people.
That's amazing. So that's less than or just around a dollar or a pound per person to get water to them for several years. That is just amazing value for money. So thank you very much indeed, Mr. Said. We could speak forever, but I think the main thing here, ladies and gentlemen, is that people like Mr. Naib Said and others are out there in Africa, in East Africa, in West Africa, in Central Africa and elsewhere, doing some fantastic work. And you've heard that for £3,000 or $5,000, they can produce a well, depending on the location, depending on the depth and so on. And for as little as $1,000, they can repair and refurbish a well that is not producing clean water. And failure to do so results in deaths of children or in adults. He mentioned a cholera outbreak that hopefully has been avoided now with a refurbished well. He's mentioned that we're getting up to 3,000 to 4,000 people benefiting from a single well, which is really far more than should be the case. But what it does mean is that one person, one child, one adult can benefit with clean, safe water for as little as £1. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, if you can dig deep, remember the donation details are on the website, phone numbers if you want to ring in to pledge your donations, websites where you can make donations electronically, and of course we'd love to hear from you on the telephone so you can share your thoughts with us and make any pledges you like. Ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to move on to a story about the Masroor School staying in Africa. I think that you'll find this very interesting. Thank you very much indeed.
Our Masroor Senior Secondary School is in Old Yundum, the Gambia.
Masroor Senior Secondary School was established in 2005 by Humanity First International, and since then we have been doing very well. We started with a student number of 165. 70% of them were boys and 30% of them were girls. But today the picture is a bit different. Today we are talking about 1,200 students, and then if you see the difference, that has been a magnificent growth in the population of the school.
So from a modest start in 2005, in just over 10 years, the school population has gone up 7-fold, with equal access for girls. Our school provides a wide range of subjects, and the results have been impressive, with our school in the top 5 in the country.
We get BA plus
Humanity First has also been investing in computer equipment, the science laboratory, and will soon be adding better sports facilities. Books are in short supply in most schools in Africa, so Humanity First built the Avebury Library with good quality shelving and furniture, invested in a wide range of reference texts, and indexed the books according to the International Dewey Decimal Classification System. Our next project is the Assembly Hall.
Things of the school is the Assembly Hall, because at the moment they don't have any Assembly Hall. Students are under the burning sun. Sometimes when it is raining, it's even difficult to have a assembly because of the rain. So therefore, Humanity First thought it is essential for the school to have assembly hall.
Look at the sun, how burning it is. When we have assemblies, we gather students outside there. That's hell. Here and there, some of our assemblies, you see cases of people fainting, especially girls.
Yeah, so we need big assembly hall because here we find it very difficult where to have assembly because we see all this place where we do assemblies. The sun used to be very hot, so it disturbs us a lot.
So we need an assembly hall so children can work out of the extreme heat and rains. The hall is needed for assembly, end-of-year exams, indoor sports during the rainy season, and activities such as drama. Our UK ladies team have already raised a lot, but with your help, we can do a range of improvements to the school. Help us improve our school and donate today. Every small amount will make a difference.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, you are tuned in live to the 2016 Telethon for Humanity First, of course listening to the UK leg of the Telethon. We've looked a little bit at how the roots of Humanity First came into being and how it evolved from a rather small organisation into something which has now got global renown and actually is working on a daily basis to alleviate some of the problems which are faced by humanity across the globe. Now, actually, coming into the discussion, as it were, talking about the topic a little bit more, we understand that one of the most fundamental elements of the basic needs of us as humans is the need of education, the need of knowledge. Now, actually, the Humanity First actually has a project in regards to this, doesn't it, Mr. Ahmadi? We are actually joined now live by three very esteemed members who will give us a little bit more of an understanding in regards to this issue. Of course, first we have Mr. Akram Ahmadi, who is the chairman of IEEE. We have Mr. Adam Spitter as well. I have to look at the program for this. Global Project Manager of Knowledge for Life. And we have Dr. Shabir Bhatti Saab, who is the chairman of IEEE. Vice chairman, corrected. I stand corrected. So, I mean, of course we understand knowledge is a very, very important thing. And this project, the project of Knowledge for Life, in particular is also very important, Mr. Spittles. So, I mean, could you tell us a little bit more about what this project means, what it does, and what it actually achieves around the globe?
Yes, so obviously you may have seen already in the videos that Humanity First covers a number of programs, Water for Life, Feed a Village, and the academic education part of it is Knowledge for Life. So Knowledge for Life, Humanity First, we run 21 schools globally, majority of them being in West Africa. The flagship for the Humanity First Knowledge for Life school is Masuro Senior Secondary School in Gambia, in Old Yundum. There's 1,200 students there every year. It's about 50-50, I think it's 45% women, 55% men. And they cover all the normal things for science and English and maths and all those sorts of things. It's actually in the top 5 of Gambia, which is something that Humanity First and Knowledge for Life are particularly proud of. And yes, so Knowledge for Life covers the academic education part of it, but we also do things like in Sierra Leone, we print off workbooks with Humanity First logo, and they're handed out. They're about 14p per exercise book.
What does that actually mean for the people that get these books? I mean, when we often equate them to pennies or pounds, it means very little to people living in more affluent areas of the world. But what does that actually mean for somebody who were to get this exercise book, you said, for 14p?
So a lot of the issues in Africa is that people can't afford uniforms.
Sure,
so
sure.
It used to be that you weren't allowed to go to school if you didn't have a uniform. So they were deprived of an education purely because they couldn't afford to buy a uniform.
Wow.
They're a bit more flexible now, so when you go to some of the schools, you'll see at a range, half of them have got uniforms, half don't. But with regards to exercise books and things like that, if they can't afford a uniform to go to school, they're unlikely to be able to afford exercise books and pens and pencils. So they can go, but it's all on the blackboard and it's all memory based. So being able to provide them simple things like pens and pencils and exercise books, they can then write it down, take it home, learn it and come back and improve their education long term.
So before, I mean, you mentioned briefly about the flagship school, which was of course the Masroor Senior Secondary School. I'll actually come on to that in a slight moment. But actually, Dr. Samin, looking at Humanity First as a whole, I mean, why is it that Humanity First carries out these projects? I mean, what's the purpose to achieve here?
Before I do that, I must correct that I'm not Vice Chairman of IAAE, I'm Vice Chairman of Humanity First.
Vice Chairman of Humanity First, Acting Chairman of Humanity First.
So I thought you introduced me as the Vice Chairman of IAAE.
I apologize.
So that's all right. Why do we carry out these projects? We carry out these projects in the training side of projects. Well, it comes from the simple thing that if you give somebody some food or a fish to eat, he will eat once and be satiated. But if you teach somebody to fish, then they can carry on surviving for the rest of their lives.
So giving them the skill set to survive.
So that's the whole idea behind it, is that we are trying to improve the long-term prospects of a nation or of a society that we're trying to help, and not just a very short-term solution. So this is part of the long-term solution. Very much what the idea of IAAA is, that they go in with a view to trying to establish into a community a project which will benefit in the long run, and that's our aim.
It actually leads me on very aptly actually towards the concept of the Masroor Senior Secondary School. I mean, you've mentioned it briefly, and it's been called the flagship of this project almost. It's something which can be emulated across many other places. I mean, what is this school? Why is there so much talk about it?
Well, I think first of all, as Dr. Shabir has mentioned, and Mr. Spitulska, indeed, this is the flagship of the Humanity First.
Yes.
And because it has so many facilities as well to it, and it has got excellent teachers who give it that credence. The way we have been involved in the construction and design of this was that the initial phase had already been done, and you saw pictures before of the Masroor High School.
Yes.
But as the Amir Saab of Gambia has mentioned, there is no assembly hall.
No.
They have to do it outside, and also they don't have in that heat. Absolutely, yes. You can just imagine. And
correct me if I'm wrong. It goes around to about 40.
Yes, that's right. In the very very hot summers, it can. Even if it's more than 25, to stand in the heat, you can imagine is unbearable.
Honestly, gosh, I can only imagine.
Precisely. So this one is a multi-purpose hall we are actually designing. And when we were brought on board, as I said, we are the International Association of Ahmadi Architects and Engineers.
Yes.
So we have a lot of architects and engineers in our association, and they give free service to the Humanity First with regard to design in particular. So we are giving them free service from that regard. And the first thing we did was to look at the school again, what facilities were there. So we didn't look only at the assembly hall, but other facilities which we hope will come on board as well, like sports arena, and even a swimming pool, I hope.
Wow.
That really will make it the real flagship.
It's also my understanding that in terms of the sports arena, I mean, the students are actually able to play outside in the sun when they need to.
Yes.
And the assembly hall, when they're actually there, when they don't need to be standing in the sun, they can actually be offered shade. But of course, all of these things require require financial support as well. And actually, I mean, just to give our listeners a little bit of an idea, I mean, of course, we have been talking about the donations needed to continue this sterling effort made by Humanity First on a global basis. But you can also actually send in your donations through www.humanityfirst.org or by calling in on 0330 122 0246. Again, these efforts which we're talking about mean absolutely nothing if they are not continued on. So some of these problems that we're facing, and indeed that humanity is facing, can actually be tackled. But in order for that effort to be continued, for that work to be carried out, for children to be given shelters over their heads and education, as Dr. Bhatti quite rightly said, to continue to have that skill set to continue and better their lives, there needs to be that effort from us, the public, as well. We're actually joined on air right now by Mrs. Safiya Salam from the United Kingdom, who wants to talk about the Masroor School. Good afternoon, rather, I was about to say good morning. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Telethon.
Thank you very much for having me.
So, I mean, we're talking about this this concept of education, which is so very much needed in the day-to-day. I mean, what do you have to say in this regard?
Well, I mean, it's well known that education is highly regarded in the religion of Islam anyway, and it's something that we instill in our children. But what's important about this project, and as Vice President of the Women's Association in the UK, what's important for us is to be able to show our children who are also raising funds. Our young girls last year raised about $8,000 for this high school, which is a big amount for young children who are raising it. But the importance of that is that they actually see what's happening and they are sacrificing themselves and feeling a part of doing something for other youngsters.
Yes.
And it's really important for them to get involved so that they recognize that the education they're getting so easily in the UK, that they really appreciate it when they see these children struggling to have it and how much they want it. So it's really important for our youngsters to get involved, but our ladies in general have really, really got involved and on board this year. Our Lajna Humanity First team has worked very hard towards raising money for this particular project, this sports hall. And I've just found out we have raised so far over $60,000 for this. So we're really pleased. Our women are really behind it, and enjoying the knowledge that they are helping these children have the same benefits that our kids have.
I think it's very important, actually. I mean, looking at the example that the children actually are setting, I think they will only be following that example when we as adults also put in that same amount of effort. And I think it's actually heartwarming to know. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe that it was as was quite rightly said by Mrs. Salam, that a large amount of money was actually gathered for the Assembly Hall project in particular.
That's right, indeed. And in fact, you know, the way we are going to build the Assembly Hall will be in modular form, so that in future it can expand further. So that is one of the ideas behind it, so that the Assembly Hall is not only an Assembly Hall, but it will be a multi-purpose hall. You know, people will be able to even play when it rains, for example, inside like we do here, and when the weather, you know.
I think it's very important to actually incorporate all elements of society, not only the children, not only the men, but also the women as well. So, Mrs. Safiya Salam, thank you very much for letting us know what you think in this regard. So, I mean, it is, please, yes.
The total budget for this Assembly Hall, the projected budget was £50,000.
Right.
But the ladies held a dinner for that, and they raised over 60,000, as Safiya Salam Sahaba just mentioned. So that's the sort of enthusiasm that it is generated.
That's required as well, of course. I mean, this isn't an effort, this isn't a small issue which is about to go away in a fortnight or so. Of course, we wish it would. But unfortunately, this is a global issue and something which we need to work towards alleviating. So, of course, as I recently said as well, there is a need for us at home as well to get involved. This isn't something which only, as we've talked about Humanity First, or the architects getting involved in themselves. This has to be funded and supported in some way or another. So this is absolutely needed. We actually have another person online, Mr. Ghulam Rabbani, also from the United Kingdom, who I believe has donated £500 to the cause. Good morning. Well, good afternoon, rather. I don't know why I'm stuck in the morning. Good afternoon, Mr. Rabbani. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Yes, thank you very much for having me.
I mean, we're talking about this now. As I'm being told, you've donated £500. I mean, why would you donate £500 of your money to somebody else?
Well, actually, I've been a regular contributor to Humanity First ever since it was actually started off going back years. And it has done wonderful things, and it's gone strength to strength. And the reason I'm donating is the gift of sight, the program in Africa. I'm a keen donator of that. So is my family, and I just love the work and the projects they're doing in Africa, and that's why I donate every year on this telethon as well.
I mean, looking at the issue, £500. I mean, I won't name any particular brands, of course, but I mean, looking at a new phone or a new tablet or a new computer, I mean, you can put somebody back a couple of thousand. I mean, what does a couple of £1,000 mean to somebody in Africa, for example?
Well, it means a huge amount, if you're asking me. So £2,000 can facilitate science equipment going to a school. And one of the things we try to do with Humanity First is, if we have £2,000 and we put it forward to a project, we try and ensure that project then doesn't need continual money. So if it costs £2,000 for the implementation of the project, and then £200 every year after that, it's not a particularly well-structured project. But what we found when we visited the African countries, that if you provide the science equipment for £1,000, or it depends how much you have in it, but up to £2,000, then that school can then hire the science lab out with the equipment to other schools, and they make a donation to the school for that hiring. And then as the years go, as things get broken or materials need to be replenished, they can use that. So we try and structure the programs and projects in such a way that each time we do a donation, it's a one-off.
Yeah.
I think it also needs to be pointed out, the collaboration we have, IEA, AAA has with Humanity First, is that our pound actually goes much, much further.
Indeed, it's
or dollar, because, for example, all our engineers and architects don't charge us anything.
Wow.
And they are all professional people. In industry, they would be charging almost up to £1,000 a day.
So the service actually, in fact, is actually
That's
free.
right, yeah. And then, we collaborate together. We pay our own airfares to do the design on the ground. So actually, this £60,000, you could almost say, is worth £120,000. It's worth that much because that's the services which we give to get that building up and running.
It's people like, and I'd like to thank Mr. Ghulam Rabbani as well for his donation of £500, and indeed for giving us a call and actually letting us know what he thinks in regards to this as well, because it's people like Mr. Ghulam Rabbani that have given £500 that will actually make a difference, because as Mr. Akram Ahmadi has quite rightly said, a pound is stretched because of the service that's provided by the professionals here do not take a charge for themselves. In fact, the vast majority of people working for Humanity First are actually volunteers, if I'm not wrong.
That's right.
So, please. Indeed.
Without stretching the quality.
Without stretching the quality, exactly, yes.
But I was just going to say that I've just had a confirmation. I'm also looking at my text. Somebody anonymously, who I know, wants to donate £1,000.
Wow, that's amazing.
So
that's
that can.
I think the important thing for us to remember here is that, the concept of humanity first, putting humanity before everything else. That is what is the concept of humanity first, putting humanity in the area and the place that it should be in. The fact of the matter is, in the day-to-day, we look at things from a third person's perspective. We watch adverts on the television, we hear about news across the world, but actually in reality we have no real understanding of the issues that people are going through. And actually one of the best ways that we can do it is not only just by donating, which of course is the first and foremost thing which we should be doing, also actually getting involved ourselves as well. So actually Humanity First also offers the opportunity for people who wish to actually get involved and actually get their hands on in the situation, actually try to help alleviate the situation as well. So there is two options, of course, for people at home. Either if you wish to get involved, get your hands dirty, as they say, get involved and actually go to these places where people are undergoing horrific situations, horrific conditions, horrific understandings of life, where things such as education and clean water are things that people do not take for granted. If you want to do that, then by all means, but for everyone else of you, please, the fact of the matter is that this is a real global issue, an issue which needs to be alleviated no matter what. As opposed to buying that new phone or the new tablet, or investing in something which perhaps could last another month, another 2 months, that money could be used to give a poor child an education, give them a shelter over 40-degree heat, give them a football ground to play on with their friends. These issues are things which are real. This is a global crisis which needs to be resolved, something which hasn't happened today, won't be resolved by tomorrow. This is something which is ongoing and something which needs to be relieved.
So I think the way we come in also is that in terms of our volunteers who come in, they are not always necessarily architects and engineers. There are others who want to give their services. So we accept those also, through Humanity First and our collaboration through IEEE. People who want to, as you said, get their hands dirty. And a lot of the, for example, village projects which allow multi-purpose buildings as well, is done through people who may not have any idea of construction, but they want to donate or they want to contribute. And so there's a whole community which can then come and help us as well. And that's how we make sure that we do it at a very, very reasonable price, the projects that we do.
If I can elaborate on that as well, from a Knowledge for Life perspective. I'm sure there's going to be lots of teachers watching this. So because Knowledge for Life, as say, the academic education arm of Humanity First, having volunteers, they don't necessarily need to go to Africa, they can support us here in the UK as well. So for example, there's lots of different projects within the Knowledge for Life programme, one of which is the science labs, and it'd be really useful to have some science teachers who understand the terminology. I mean, I'm a project manager for an investment bank in London for an IT department, so I don't have anything to do with education. But I understand projects and how they work, and I'm enthusiastic with regards to Humanity First and humanitarian works. So even if you don't have a particular skill, but you're interested in a particular area of Humanity First or IEEE, your time has value, and that's what you're providing to these charities.
I mean, it is tough to understand. I mean, there's so many ways in which we can get involved. I mean, for example, we're going to be talking a little bit later on about some schools, renovations in schools that's been happening, which again is an absolutely beautiful concept, which is actually helping so many people enjoy their life and education. Looking in particular at the Masroor School, or the Masroor Secondary Senior School. Masroor Senior Secondary School, rather. I mean, looking at that in particular, I mean, what has the effect been on the people that are there? I mean, this, as you said, this is a flagship project, something which should be, and indeed will be, hopefully, emulated again and again in other places. I mean, what kind of effect has it actually have on the people living in the area?
Just before he answers that,
please.
your slot appears to be very popular. I've just had MJW who have agreed to donate £3,500.
Oh, excellent.
So you've had £500 and £1,000 before from an anonymous donor, and now MJW.
I think it shows that people are putting humanity first then, and I think it's a very good thing. I think, to be honest, I think anyone in their right mind, when they are told about the plight of people living in less economically developed places in the world, when they hear about that, I mean, anyone and everyone who can give anything or whatever they can give would do so. So I think it's a matter of humanity and morality indeed.
Just as you were talking, somebody else has donated another £1,000.
Excellent, excellent. What more can we want from humanity other than to put humanity first?
I hope somebody's keeping a tab on these and not just listening to you.
Indeed, I hope so too. So I mean, talking about
the question which you raised, the impact which has on societies there. In fact, by going there and building schools and providing other facilities as well, the people of those countries were not able to get any of this education otherwise, and therefore there would have been a great gap of people who don't have these facilities, and therefore you can just imagine, that countries get sometimes out of that trap.
No.
It's very, very difficult. But what we are doing is making sure that, we are not only just giving out handouts, but in fact, we are educating people. And that is the best handout you can ever give to any nation. And that is what we are doing. We are nation building through the work that we do in education for these people.
I mean, taking that a step further, in an ideal world, Humanity First won't exist in 20 years because there won't be a need for Humanity First. One of the things that the African countries, they've got a lot of minerals and things, so they can produce money that way, but America and the UK and other companies are kind of taking that. So what we're trying to do is provide them education so that we are producing future engineers, future doctors, so that they're not reliant on other countries to produce those sort of individuals.
Yeah, I mean,
and they're becoming self-sufficient, and that's the whole aim of what we do.
I mean, it's staggering to think that in the modern day, I mean, there's something as basic as an education. It's something which, as a result of not having money, I mean, that's something completely alien to us here in the United Kingdom, or indeed in any other more economically developed countries of the world. Not having enough money to actually learn. That's truly staggering. I mean, practically speaking, I mean, we come across, we can build schools, we can renovate classrooms. I mean, and we've seen the effect that this has on people. We see, the videos. We see people talking about this. I mean, you've actually, I understand, have actually been, in fact, or three have actually been to Africa to actually see it firsthand. I mean, what stands out for you, Mr. Spittles?
One of the fascinating things, the first caller mentioned about the value of education in Africa. In the UK, you're almost forced to go to school, but in Africa, it's completely different. I remember my wife and I went to the Gambia and we did some Vakviazi, and one of it was to help reorganise the Lord Avebury Library, which is in the Masula Senior Secondary School. And an idea I had was if there's a disruptive pupil in one of the classes, then when they have detention, they can go to the library and they can help reorganise it and just make sure it's kept to the Dewey Decimal System that's been implemented there. And the teachers looked at me a bit bemused. And they said, we don't understand. So if someone's, misbehaves, distracts the other students from doing their education, their detention should be this. They didn't understand. And what it turned out was that education is so highly valued, even though you've got 30 and 40 pupils in the class, no one disrupts. So there is no detention. So, the education is valued so highly that anyone who gets the ability to go to school, for one source or another, that's all they do. They spend all the time there, all their energy and focus. So that was a big impression for me.
Mr. Grameen, I know you've actually been involved in the IEEE for around, I believe, 20 years, I believe?
That's right.
So I mean, you've had an extensive understanding of how these things work and the effect that it can have, the real term effect that it can have.
That's right. Just to give you a good example of this, because obviously I've been an engineer and I've worked in many projects in engineering in Africa. One of the problems, I can give you an example, is that one of the countries I visited, they were very short of engineers. So there was an idea, let's build up our core of engineers in the country. This was for the Department of Works, which is road building and all that. And in fact, they realized that they need about 20 new engineers, which isn't a very big number for a whole country, and they needed 20 engineers for their department, or for the roads department. And when you look at the universities in Africa, you found that the total number of engineers which were going to come out of that country was 30 per year. Now, these 30 engineers have to go to all departments that need engineering, in aeronautics, in mechanical, in chemical, and you can imagine the road department was actually getting no more than 5 when its requirements were 20. So and this is what happens. And also what happens is they don't get then time for enough training, because to do a project well, you've got to get trained well before you rise to a higher level.
It's actually very important to actually also understand that actually, because of looking at the schools and the education that we're actually putting in to these areas, I mean, it's also important to understand that the quality of those schools needs to be improved as well. So actually what we're trying to do here, I mean, we're not sitting here having a conversation just to talk about matters which are of course global importance. What we want to do is actually get people to understand the plight of the matter, the seriousness of the situation, and the fact that we as the public have a role to play. It's not a handout or an act of charity, as it were. Charity is actually incumbent upon us. The fact that we are more affluent or more economically developed actually demands something from us, something which requires from within us as humans to take a stance and actually try to alleviate some of these problems. So just in case you missed them before I read them out, you can donate through www.humanityfirst.org, or you can call us by 0330 122 0246 and actually get your donations through to Humanity First so they can continue their sterling effort to alleviate some of these problems across the globe. Now, I believe we are going to a small video. In fact, we've been talking about the quality of schools, and actually one of the other brilliant projects which Humanity First is working on, indeed at this very moment, is talking about and renovating some of the classrooms to make life in education just that little bit better for those people around the globe that don't know what that standard of life could in fact be. So let's have a little look.
In Africa, tens of thousands of primary schools lack basic facilities such as proper furniture, access to books and teaching resources. Many schools have blank concrete walls and are uninspiring places for children to learn. Add the fact that there are often insufficient sanitation facilities and many children are from families in poverty, and it is not surprising that so many kids drop out of education early. Humanity First is driving a project to transform classrooms and inspire both teachers and students alike. A team of teachers has designed a set of 10 colourful posters for the early years of primary schools, initially in English, but with plans to translate into other languages such as French and Spanish. Teams of our volunteers are visiting schools in Africa at their own expense and taking art resources, books and posters with them. Here, one of our teachers from Copenhagen in Denmark spent a week in the Gambia. He worked with local teachers to do art and design projects to motivate the children. When the children in Lamine saw the new posters, they were very excited, as you can hear from their songs. Many schools in England have been donating books that make a huge difference. Could your school donate books? A couple of volunteers from Luton in England spent 2 weeks in Uganda, taking donated books, art materials and our posters with them and paying for their own trip. Chenje Lay School in southern Uganda is typical in looking unappealing, lacking books, decent furniture or sanitation. Many girls drop out early as a result. Our volunteers worked with the children to prepare the walls. Then some local painters were hired to do a couple of coats. Meanwhile, the teachers were engaged around the new resources. Our volunteers and the kids painted the outside and created a feature think tank wall inside. Just look at the transformation. The children are now also getting porridge for breakfast to help them concentrate through the day. They next moved to Biko School near Jinja. Again, the school lacked that spark, so the team worked with a painter and the kids to create a theme wall, put up artwork, and our new posters finished off the scene. Even the outside was painted in the colours of the Ugandan flag. The children and teachers are very excited. Many children who had dropped out have now returned, and we will be providing more resources to them as well. If your school can donate books and other resources or do a fundraiser, or you can donate, please get in touch. Just £100 transforms a classroom.
Welcome back. You are tuned in live to the 2016 International Humanity First Telethon, of course listening to the United Kingdom leg right now. So we're talking about Humanity First, we're talking about the difference that it makes in people's lives. Of course, we've reiterated again and again, and I can't reiterate enough, fortunately or indeed unfortunately, the fact that this is a crisis of global proportions. This is something which we need to take a stand on, actually to either donate ourselves and give our own our own efforts in terms of the effort that we use by our hands and our feet in terms to alleviate this situation, to make the situation better for those people less well off than ourselves, or indeed by sending in your donations to actually make sure that the people that are out there, the people that are in the burning sun trying their best to alleviate these issues, they have the necessary and the fundamental financial support to ensure that this work is carried on. Now, of course, we are joined by Mr. Spittles, who is a very dear friend of the Telethon by now, I'm sure. But also we are joined by Mr. Jamil Mwanje and Mr. Akbar Iqbal, who are going to be giving a very personal touch to the issue here as well. But we were talking about the transformation. I'm not going to call it the refurbishment. I'm going to call it the transformation of these academies, these schools where students are actually learning. I mean, we've seen on the videos how beautiful not only the colours of the houses are, or the colours of the buildings and the walls inside, but also the smiles on the faces of the children that are actually going to these academies, and it's truly heartwarming. I mean, but in terms of the project itself, I mean, what is this project? What does it aim to achieve?
Yeah, so I'd say we've got the Knowledge for Life program, which has got lots of different projects, and this is one particular project.
Okay.
So the classroom transformation project, which Akbar went to Uganda a few weeks ago to deploy. So the Uganda is the first deployment of this, so it's a pilot deployment. It's basically, so Knowledge for Life, we've got a couple of things, is generally to inspire and to facilitate children in low-income countries to learn, to get an education. So part of it is facilitating, so building of the infrastructure, so the multi-purpose assembly hall that we talked about earlier, but also to inspire. So this is what the poster side of things are. So you've probably seen in the video that a lot of it is just concrete walls with either not many posters or at least not very colourful, and it's quite a dreary place to learn. So even though they go and they want to learn as much as possible, as quickly as possible, one of the things that we're trying to do through this project is to just make the classroom brighter and make it more inspiring so the children want to go to learn.
I believe you. I do believe you. I want to hear it from somebody who's actually gone through and actually been through the entire education system, from student to teacher, and now someone who's actually seen the development that has actually come about as a result of this. And we're actually quite fortunate to have an individual with that description with us today. And actually, Mr. Jamil Mwanja, am I right in understanding that actually you have experienced the entire education system in the eyes of a Ugandan student, a Ugandan teacher, and now having a look at it from the perspective of what Humanity First is doing for those schools as well?
Yeah, I think Humanity First is doing a fantastic job. When you look at the education system in the developing countries, children are going to school in a very boring environment. Education is all about what is around you, and they're going to the heart of the problem. The environment where the children study, there are no tables, it's no electricity, they are in dark buildings, and it's all about the teacher. The teacher has to talk from morning to evening. Now, they're going in to solve a major problem, and that is the education of the child itself right at the source. The environment where the children study from, they are putting up these walls where the children learn accidentally. It takes some weight off the teacher, where now they've been motivated, some of them, to go to school. Why? Because the environment has changed. They are learning from the environment itself, which has been created around them. Yeah. And I think it's a wonderful project. There are so many problems involved. And I think solving it from the source, right inside the classroom, where we've got some bit of feedback right now, where the dropout has been stopped suddenly.
In fact,
after
right
the dropout,
even
the school dropout,
stopped,
yes,
but actually also the people that dropped out before, I believe, Ms. Spittles, you were telling me as well, the people that actually dropped out before, they've actually come back as a result of this rejuvenation of the school itself.
Yes. So I've been told by my brother Akbar here. So actually,
it's a chain. It's a chain of events, isn't it? Wow.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's actually amazing. I mean, Akbar, I mean, you've also had the chance to actually partake in this whole scheme as well. I mean, I'm not going to ask you about what you did when you, I'll go on to that in a second. When you first went there, what was your first reaction? What did you feel when you went there?
I mean, I just want to reiterate what's been said already in terms of the level of enthusiasm towards education, particularly in Uganda. It's overawing. You know, it's on a completely different level. Here we get.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
In the sense that we go to school in the UK. You know, we are sometimes forced to school. Sometimes we don't want to be bothered to get up in the morning to go to school. Here, that's what some situations are in the UK. Whereas over there,
take it for granted.
We take it for granted. And over there, children wake up in the morning, and they, you know, as early as 7, 8 a.m. in the morning to start school. Usually, in Uganda particularly, the schools finish around 5 p.m.
Okay.
It's a long day, but they appreciate the education so much more. You know, if you speak to them, every single one of them has some sort of ambition out there, what they want to become. They have, you know, I was speaking to some of the children in the secondary school in Kampala, and every single one of them, you ask them, what do you want to be? What do you want to become? You know, they had a sort of goal. They had ambition. They didn't say to me, "Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure." But they were like, "No, I want to be a teacher. I want to become a doctor. I want to become etc. etc."
Rightly so, rightly
Yeah,
so,
exactly,
why not?
exactly. So that level of ambition, that level of appreciation that they have towards education, for me, is unparalleled.
You see, one thing I don't understand sometimes is when we talk about, say, less economically developed countries, we say, when we're talking about what they want to become, for example, we say with so much enthusiasm, they want to be a doctor, they want to be an engineer, they want to be an architect. But that's not surprising when we talk about the more economically developed countries, such as in the UK or America. It seems like an absolutely normal thing. Everyone wants to become a doctor, everyone wants to become an engineer. But it's this change in perspective, that's something which is very strange, because we see that it seems to be, as you quite rightly said in the last segment, was that just because of the fact that someone has less access to a financial support in regards to this, they actually have less access to some of the fundamental rights, such as the right of education. I mean, with the money that we're raising in Humanity First, of course, it will go a long way. But of course, we need the people there as well, and it's people like yourself, Akbar, actually, who go out there. And people, when talking about things like the telethon, talking about charity, talking about money that needs to be donated, people want to see what it is that people are doing with that money. I think you yourself are a testament to that.
Yeah, just to kind of clarify what this project actually entails. So we're saying that each classroom transformation costs £100.
Just £100?
£100. What that actually involves is...
It's the cost of a normal train ticket here, isn't it now?
So it includes the paintwork inside the classroom.
Yeah.
As you saw in the video, there were some excellent murals, future walls, you could say, that were designed.
In fact, I hear that some of the children actually partook in actually drawing on.
Oh yeah,
that's amazing. That's brilliant.
Like if I thought I was 100% enthusiastic towards this, they were way beyond on that scale.
Excellent,
you know?
excellent.
So in terms of the paintwork that is involved in the £100, posters is another thing that Humanity First is at the moment producing. So we produce posters on a variety of subjects that are in accordance to the curriculum of the local area, on the national scale as well.
Yeah, yeah.
They range for subjects such as science, maths and English primarily. So
I actually want to come on to the posters actually in just a moment, because I'm actually quite interested. This is one of the parts I'm going to be quite excited actually. We're actually joined live by Mr. Shahid Malik, who wishes to say something about the whole concept of this project as well. I believe we will be getting him back shortly. But in terms of actually this project itself, I mean, you're talking about these posters and these paintings. I mean, people would struggle to understand. I think here in the, again, I keep referring it back to the more affluent countries, but I think money does play a big issue in this. I mean, looking at some of the primary schools or the nurseries that we are, they're so colourful, they're so child-friendly, as it were. But Mr. Jameen, I mean, you were talking about how the place of education, I believe you were saying that sometimes there's not even desks or electricity. So how on earth can we expect a generation of people that have the right to education to actually excel and become good components of society if they're unable to get a basic education?
It's actually, as I said, it's not very easy to succeed under such environment.
It sounds not easy at all.
Not easy for the government, not easy for the teachers, not easy for the parents, and not easy for the children themselves.
No.
Not because it's their choice, but those are the circumstances they find themselves in. You go to school, teacher has nothing to write on, they have no books, nowhere to sit, no lunch, no nothing. And this is where I said humanity is doing a fantastic job. They're coming to solve the problem at school. The children are now rushing back to the school. Why? Because they expect more at school than even they have at home. The governments are stretched. They can't do anything about it. And this is where these people, the charities coming in to do a fantastic job. Children are running back to school. There are some pictures, he will show you some of the feedback from what has been done. The children are reproducing what has been done, which is widening their scope of understanding, which is fantastic. They are drawing what has been done, and in the process, they are trying to develop them as a whole. Where can you get this? There are very few organizations doing it.
I agree. I think it's important. I think we're all in agreement here. I think also the people viewing in at home are also in agreement that this is a global crisis, something which we need to work towards and to work towards actually alleviating. But the important thing is actually to get involved. Looking at the computer screen or indeed looking at the TV won't be actually doing anything in order to alleviate the situation. I mean, we see so many adverts on a daily basis about how there are horrific problems, horrific situations around the world. But it's down to you and indeed to us to actually help to get rid of this problem. It's something which we can act on today, something which we can start alleviating today. And again, in case you missed it for the first time, or indeed the second time, you can donate through www.humanityfirst.org or through 0330 122 0246. So it's imperative that we actually get up and we actually start doing something to help the situation. Otherwise, talking about it, it won't do anything, will it?
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to go again over the project itself. So we're saying it's £100, includes, as we've spoken about, the paintwork, includes the posters. I mean, at the moment we're also working on translating the posters. There's been a series of posters already translated into Arabic through the help of teachers across the world.
Okay.
And some of the other stuff that's also included in this project is books. Now, books can be children's reading books that have been very generously donated to us by various people.
I hear in the thousands.
Yeah, so just before we went to, myself and my sister went to Uganda, we managed to collect about 1,600 books within a week.
That's fantastic.
Through different people who very graciously donated books.
So we should also actually be urging people to get in contact with their local schools also to donate books to this cause as well.
Exactly. So if you've got a shelf at home which has books, especially children's reading books that are in good, decent quality condition, please get in touch with Humanity First. We'd love to get in touch with you in terms of getting books donated. But also any money that is spared from the £100 is going towards different needs in terms of the school itself. Some schools need more textbooks. Now, that is something that's a very important part of the project itself.
Of course.
So it could be looking into more textbooks, it could be looking into providing more classroom equipment, such as tables or chairs. So that £100 is utilised to the best of our ability.
Indeed.
In terms of making the most biggest impact.
Now, Mr. Spittles, I believe this is a project which we've already used in Uganda, something which we've helped the lives of so many people there, and we're actually looking to then expand on this project elsewhere. I mean, how will that happen, and how can the money given today help to achieve that?
There's lots of different ways, but talking specifically with regard to this product, I say the £100 buys the 10 posters, the posters of which were made by Lajna, about 6 or 7 primary school and other teachers. They produce the posters, which means we don't need to pay anyone to mass produce them.
Right, okay.
We also laminate them.
Of course, cuts the cost down so
exactly,
much.
Yeah. The HF branded, they're laminated and they're sent over. At the minute, because it's a pilot project that's first been deployed in Uganda, everything's being produced in the UK to make sure we've got the quality.
Of course, yeah.
And then in future, we're looking to produce those posters locally, in printing presses locally, and either laminate them locally or maybe buy a laminator and send it over there. So there's all these different ways that we're trying to improve economies of scale and how much we can do with the £100 provided.
I think it's very important. I think that we've not only been able to see the administrative effect of it, but we've also seen, I mean, just looking at the videos of, I mean, actually the children smiling as a result of it. I mean, education is such a fundamental thing, and I think what the work that Humanity First is doing is such a brilliant effort to try and bring about such a basic freedom, such a basic right to people living in less economically developed, and less places which are less able and less accessible to the simple common needs and fundamental rights such as education. But again, I'd like to thank all of you for actually coming in and participating in this, but actually I'd like to thank the people at home as well, and actually also urge people to continue to donate and actually get your donations to Humanity First so that they can continue this effort. This isn't an issue which is going to be going away anytime soon. This is an issue which is ongoing, and it is our responsibility to try and alleviate that issue and actually try and make that mark in this issue, to try and get just that one more smile on just that one more face. So again, I'd like to thank all of you for joining us live here today on the 2016 Humanity Telethon, and just after the break we will be coming right back.
First Telethon, in which we're talking about all of the work that Humanity First does around the work and trying to describe it in a bit of detail from the people who are there on the ground doing the work, working with people around the world in some of the most vulnerable conditions, the work that's being done and how Humanity First is able to work with local people. I'm joined here in the studio by some guests to talk about the disaster relief work of Humanity First. So Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid, who is the Medical Director of Humanity First, welcome to the studio. I'm also joined by Hisham Ahmed, who is one of the senior medics on the disaster response team, and by Adil Zafar, who is part of the assessment team for Humanity First and one of the senior coordinators for the disaster response team. So Humanity First works around the world on disaster relief projects, and whenever a disaster occurs anywhere in the world, Humanity First is there making assessments, getting people on the ground, see what work needs to be done. Often in situations of flood, earthquake, or other situations that require help from the outside world, there is the need for medical aid, there is the need for non-medical aid as well in terms of food, water, shelter, and all of these things need to be coordinated, need to be managed, resources need to be brought in, people need to be brought in. Humanity First has the capacity to be there on the ground on the same day as a disaster happens, making those assessments and getting the people and the resources in to help the local people. So, Shahnawaz, as Medical Director of Humanity First, you have some experience of what happens when a disaster occurs and the sort of response that's needed. Can you talk us through that?
So, over the last many years, really since the tsunami, we've developed a really robust operating procedure for deployment of specialists into disaster zones. And so we have a database of more than 1,000 doctors, nurses, paramedics, all the kind of people that you might need to support people who are affected by these events. And so when a disaster happens, we're constantly monitoring all of these events all of the time. There's a particular platform called the Global Disaster Assessment and Coordination System run by the United Nations and the EU. And that's real-time information on events that happen as they happen. So even this week there's been so many events, so many disasters happen all the time, but only some of them require a significant humanitarian response.
If we talk about a specific example, Humanity First was able to deploy to the Nepal earthquake, and Dr. Hisham went there as well. But in terms of when the Nepal earthquake occurred, what was Humanity First able to do from the beginning?
So it's very interesting because we were actually running a course at the same time. We trained doctors and nurses in disaster response, and we were in the middle of running this course. We all woke up early on in the morning and found that there was a great big event with a high magnitude on the Richter scale, happened just near the Gorkha district of Nepal. And so we immediately put our assessment in action. We found out how many patients we thought might be injured, how we were going to get in there, how we might be able to get out, what were the specific needs, because you need to have an idea, what is it you're trying to help with. And so because of that, we managed to prepare our team and deployed an initial 12-man team. Within 48 hours they were ready to go, and they were on scene within 72 hours in order to try and help. And these guys were highly trained physicians, surgeons, there were people with pre-hospital experience, paramedics, fire people, and they could work as a team in order to really get to the nitty-gritty of what the problem was and then help the people affected.
Before we go on to talk about the work that happened, Dr. Hisham, when you got there on the ground, we've got someone on the line who wants to donate. So Syed Riyan Ahmed from the UK. Can you hear me? Riyan, are you able to hear me?
Yes.
And I understand that you want to make a donation to Humanity First.
Yeah.
Can you tell us how much you'd like to donate?
I would like to donate £5 for my pocket money.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much for calling, and thank you very much for your donation. And even something which to your eye might seem like a small amount, £5, which nonetheless for Riyan is a huge amount of money out of his pocket money, is an amount that's able to make a big difference for people on the ground, isn't it? And what's your experience from that point of view?
Ahmad, £5 makes a huge difference when you're out there. And you're out there, there's nothing. Everything has been destroyed. And just going there, very surreal. It's like walking onto a movie set, but it's actually real life. You see collapsed buildings, you see destruction, you see little children running around. And you know, £5 can buy so many things. I mean, £2 can actually buy life-saving antibiotics.
So the sorts of patients you were seeing then in your regular day-to-day work here in the UK as a general practitioner, you will see patients coming in with all sorts of various illnesses. But out there, you were in Nepal, aftermath of the earthquake. Everything was devastated. People had lost their homes, their livelihoods as well, and were sick and in need. So what sort of things were you able to treat?
So we were deployed within 72 hours, and we set up the medical camp, and we were seeing a variety of different conditions. So you know, in the sort of first phase of the earthquake, you're seeing more trauma-related injuries, but because the earthquake struck around midday, most of the locals were actually out and about working, so they came home, their homes had been destroyed. So lots of the patients we were seeing were displaced, they were homeless, they didn't have places to live. First couple of nights they didn't even have shelter. So we were seeing infectious diseases, respiratory diseases, allergies, asthma, you know, lots of these sort of common primary care problems that you see. But over there you can imagine that if you don't have a home, you don't have a shelter, you can become malnourished, dehydrated. So these were the sorts of things that we were seeing over there.
And the area that you were working in was not near the capital, Kathmandu. You went out into the rural area somewhere called Gorkha?
So we went to a place called Patase, which is a village about 1,500 meters up in the Gorkha district, which was near the epicenter of the first earthquake. And that was a very difficult, there's just some images there that's with me. And all of these children actually lost their homes. And you know, they were 5, 6, 7 years old. And it was a rather difficult journey, about 6 hours using 4x4s.
And as you said, even these small amounts of money can make a huge difference in terms of the work that Humanity First can do. And for anyone that wants to donate, you can call us on 0330 1220246, or you can donate through the website humanityfirst.org. And we've got someone else on the line now. We have Ahmed Salam from the UK, and he's calling to make a donation. Can you hear me, Ahmed?
Yes, how are you?
Very good. Thank you for joining us today, and thank you for calling through. And I understand that you'd like to make a donation to Humanity First.
Yes, of course. I think, firstly, congratulations on all the Humanity First team for all this hard work that they're doing constantly, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And what's more important, of course, is that every single person who's watching or listening can contribute to this work, whether it's their time or their money and their commitment. And one of the things I wanted to congratulate the team on is that everything they do is done in the name of humanity. It's done so well. And the spirit of love and just reaching out to try and make people's lives just that little bit better is so critical to keeping our world on an even keel and an even balance. My own son went to Guatemala with Humanity First and did some work in the school out there in one of his holidays, teaching in one of the schools there. And so the plea I was going to make to any parents listening, that rather than just letting your kids stay at home during the holidays, reach out to Humanity First, find a way for your children to go out to some of these third world countries, developing countries, and give them the opportunity to really experience. Because the wonderful thing, when my son came back from his trip, and he was there for about a month or so, he came back and just the whole understanding of, we worry about so many material possessions here in the West, and these kids had no sense of any worry of material possessions. It was just so simple for them. They had such a simple view on life, such a simple sense of priorities, that it really opened his eyes to how lucky we were, and equally how we get so caught up in so many silly issues here, whereas these kids who have nothing really focus on the absolute basic necessities of life. And to be a part of that is a great lesson for the younger generation, and I would urge any parents to send their kids off under Humanity First care and auspices and do that.
Thank you very much for your call, Emin, and thank you very much for that sentiment, which I'm sure is echoed by everyone here. It's needless to say the people there in that situation are very much in need, but what you get out of it as well, being able to help and being able to make a difference is also huge as well. And I'm sure that sort of that, if anything, is an encouragement for people to go out to give of their time and to make the donations necessary to enable Humanity First to be able to do the work that they have to do.
No, absolutely. I mean, for myself personally, it was probably the most rewarding experience that I have ever done. And just going out there, you know, the people are so simple. They've got so much love. And it's just the basic things, you know, that we're mentioning here today, that £2 will buy you the antibiotics. It's those basic things that when you're out there on the ground, you know, we take so much for granted: electricity, water, the air that we breathe. And I think just another point that I'd like to make is the psychological trauma that these children, that these families suffered. You know, the one thing that we take for granted is the ground that we walk on. And if that's taken away from you, and you're not sure if the ground that you're walking on is actually there, it's a huge psychological trauma.
Yeah. And I'm sure, as you said, you saw many examples of people who had everything taken away from them, who were in this condition of being traumatized physically and mentally by everything that had happened. But nonetheless, having someone able to give of their time to help them to make a difference, I'm sure that the impact of the work that Humanity First was doing there on the ground must have been huge.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we were seeing between 200 to 300 patients per day, but it wasn't just seeing patients and processing them. We were following these patients up. It was like a big family, because it was a village. We were living with them, we were staying with them, we were eating with them. They helped us build our tents. You know, there's a real sense of family spirit over there, and they really appreciated everything that we sort of were able to provide in the time that we were there.
Okay, I'll bring Adil Zafar in at this point. Now, you didn't go out with the medical team who went first of all, but once they came back, you went out as part of a two-man team to do an assessment of the situation as it was on the ground, to look at the longer-term needs of the people of Nepal after the earthquake. So can you tell us a little something about that?
When the medical team came back, there was a two-man team that went out, as you said. So the idea really is to understand what are the short and medium-term objectives, really, how we can help the people on the ground. So one of the things that we did was we went out to the Gorkha district. I think before that we went to the various outlying areas of Kathmandu itself, just to see what the living conditions were. And as you can see from some of the pictures, it was basically decimated in some of the areas. Some of the buildings were uninhabitable, so they were leaning on each other, so you couldn't really go and live there. The water supplies were affected. And you can see from one of the pictures, there's a little girl called Ishwari. We had to build a makeshift camp site, effectively. And pretty much they stayed there. We were there for about a week, but I think they had to stay there for another 3, 4, 5 months. As you can see, there were cracks being formed in the building, so very difficult conditions for them. So the objective that we had was to go and assess and what the maximum impact that Humanity First can do. So as part of that, what we did was we assessed not only the areas within Kathmandu, but also in the Gorkha district. So we went to several villages.
And I understand that you were able to make an assessment which meant that there were some water survival boxes that could be used by the local people. And we've got on the line actually Hugo Pike, who is the director of World Waterworks, which is a charity that produces these boxes. Hugo, can you hear me?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you for joining us here today for the Humanity First Telethon. So can you tell us a little something about your charity and the work that it does to produce these water survival boxes that are used by these people in extremis after disasters?
Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity. We're a Rotary charity, and as you know, Rotary is international. Some 200 countries in the world have Rotary clubs. We got involved in the immediate aftermath of the 2004, what we call the Boxing Day tsunami. It affected the coastal regions around the Indian Ocean. And that led, about 18 months later, to us forming what we call the Water Survival Box Project, very much supported financially by Rotary throughout the British Isles and now increasingly across Northern Europe, Scandinavia, France, and so on. And what we do is to provide a box that is sent out very rapidly by air in the aftermath of disaster. Its contents are primarily about a means of purifying water. This is to protect people from waterborne disease. All too often, as was the case in Nepal and in others recently, for example, in Ecuador currently, and in the Philippines a year or two back, they may be surrounded by water, but none of it is safe to drink. So the number one priority is clean water, and we now fit out the box with an aquafilter made by Griffade. A Griffade aquafilter is capable of delivering 100,000 liters of safe water, so it will process that amount of contaminated water, make it safe to drink. And what that means is 10 liters for each member of a family of 5 for as long as 5 years. So an awful lot of clean water. Or if you distribute it in a different way, it will cater for 100 people for 3 months. So that's the first priority. And then the second is a range of other essential survival items. These are designed to help people who have lost everything. They need some means by which to consume food and drink. So, for example, we include a kitchen set made of stainless steel with cooking pots, plates, bowls, mugs, cutlery, sharp kitchen knives, a ladle, and so on. The second category are health and hygiene items, soap, toothpaste, plasters, bandages, that type of thing. And then we include a 6x4 meter tarpaulin, which will provide some basic shelter and other items, including rope, cable ties, and some simple tools, 3-in-1 tools, a trenching tool, hammer, nails, Stanley knife, pliers, and a range of household items which are necessary. Things like a sewing kit, 2 meters of cloth, scissors, a wind-up torch, a solar lamp, and so on, and some waterproof projects. So a range of items. What we don't do is provide the water itself or the food, but that is generally catered for by the agency that will act for us, and we've been delighted with the support that we've had and the help we've been able to give to Humanity First. I think our next one, which goes out on Tuesday to Ecuador, relates to some 8 separate occasions where we work together.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for calling. And it seems like a lot of things that we would take for granted in this country in terms of clean water, basic utensils and shelter as well with the tarpaulin, which people in these sorts of situations really don't have, and so these water boxes are able to provide them with those things that will help them to survive through very dangerous and acute situations.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your call. Zafar, you were there on the ground, and when you were there in Nepal, soon after you arrived, there was another earthquake as well, quite a big earthquake. And can you give us an idea of the sorts of things that were running through your mind whilst that was happening, and what your own feelings were?
So we were on our way to Sendapal Chowk, another district near Kathmandu. But we were in a taxi, we were going through one of the bazaars, and the car started to jolt with such force that you would think you were in a dodgem car, effectively. There was a building that fell behind us. We were very lucky at that time. And a couple of 100 yards away, there was another building that fell in front of us. So there was panic. A lot of people came out. But one thing that really struck me was that the people were quite resilient. They were very patient, and they just weathered the force of the magnitude. I think it was 7.2 or 7.3 at that time. But as a consequence, my personal feeling is that it's out of your control.
Yes.
You can't control that kind of force, so you have to weather it. And but afterwards, the effect that we saw was when we went to Gorkha district, is the effect that you can see now on the screens. This was the effect of the second earthquake. Or what they call the aftershocks. There were some fatalities as well in those outlying villages, and it's something that, other than experiencing it yourself, you can't really describe it. So
you had some idea of exactly what it meant to be in that sort of situation, the sheer terror, I guess,
Yes.
the fear that one would feel in that situation, and so had some idea of what the local people were feeling as well. You saw the devastation, you saw the problems that had been created. So and through the donations of people to Humanity First, you were able to distribute the water survival boxes, blankets, tents, and food items as well to enable people to survive through that.
That's right. So with the help of MDSN Nepal, we were immediately able to send out food parcels to the outlying areas within Kathmandu itself. And also we've been able to provide, as you said, tents, blankets, about 1,000 tents and blankets that we were able to provide, and also the water survival boxes, as Hugo mentioned. We actually took a box with us, and we had to actually use it on the day as we were making the makeshift camp, and it's a very useful product. And again, in terms of the water supply, it was quite key because of the outlying villages. There was no water supply there at all, so by providing this, they had clean water on tap. That controls, obviously, the diseases being spread as well. And one of the points that Sean made about the psychological impact, I felt it because you're open to the elements. The one thing that you keep thinking is, am I able to go inside and sleep on a bed? You can't do that anymore. And that psychological effect takes months, even years to get over. So again, it points to the resilience of the people, as you can see in some of the pictures, that they just get on with life.
Dr. Hisham, the importance of clean water for helping people in this sort of situation. You talked about the diseases that can affect people after a disaster like an earthquake or a flood. So the importance of clean water can't be overlooked.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you need clean water, you know, to wash and bathe in, but also when you're taking your medicines and so on. And, you know, if you've got contaminated water, you're going to have a real problem with diarrhea and vomiting. And once that gets into the village or into the camp, then it can be a real problem. So thankfully, you know, we're very fortunate that we did have very good water.
Yeah. And for those at home who are watching and are wondering how to donate, you can call us on 0330 1220 246, or you can donate online at www.humanityfirst.org. And I understand we have Zain Ahmed, who's 9 years old, on the line. Zain, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for calling us in. Welcome to the Humanity First Telethon. How much would you like to donate?
I would like to donate £5.40.
Thank you very much for your donations, and very much appreciated, and will make a huge difference to the work that Humanity First is able to do around the world. So thank you for your call. And I think, you know, one listens to these children phoning in, making donations, and actually just puts one to shame a little bit to think that they're sacrificing their pocket money in order to help people around the world in very dire situations, and to make a big difference and have a huge impact on their lives. And the work that Humanity First continues to do around the world is incredibly important. And we've got a short video now which includes a testimonial from the MP Seema Malhotra, as well as a video of some of the work that happened during the Nepal aftermath of the Nepal earthquake. So let's watch that now and then come back to the studio.
Hi, I'm Seema Malhotra. I'm the Labour Member of Parliament for Feltham and Heston, and delighted to be here in my constituency with Councillor Hanif Khan and Councillor Bishnu Gurung. We together would like to encourage all of you to support Humanity First Global Telethon, to support the vital work that goes on for humanitarian efforts around the world. We were very touched to see the work of Humanity First when we were raising funds here in Hounslow to support the victims of the Nepalese earthquake. Humanity First were one of the first organisations to respond, and we supported and went with their medical team to Heathrow Airport to see them on their way. We know the huge difference that they made. Right now we know they're also in the worst hit district in Ecuador, looking to see what's happened and what they can do to help. So I hope that all of you will be able to encourage Humanity First Global Telethon. It will last 24 hours. Give as much as you can to support this vital work across the world.
Welcome back to the studio. You're watching the Humanity First Telethon 2016. So a very big thank you to my guests in the previous segment, Dr. Shahnawaz Rashid, Dr. Hisham Ahmed and Adil Zafar. Many of our viewers will have heard about the devastating earthquake in Ecuador, which happened a very short time ago. And Humanity First was there on the ground making assessments. We're very lucky to be joined in the studio by some guests. We're going to watch, first of all, a short video on the earthquake in Ecuador and the work of Ecuador SOS. So let's watch that now.
In just 1 minute, you can boil a kettle of water for your afternoon tea. In just 1 minute, you can take a selfie and post it on Instagram. In just 1 minute, your heart can beat up to 60 times. So what if I told you that in just 1 minute, you can lose your entire home, your loved ones, and even your life? On April 16th, Ecuador was struck by an earthquake that measured 7.8 on the Richter scale, killing over 650 people and leaving thousands injured and homeless. In 60 seconds, entire towns were torn into dust and rubble. However, in just 1 minute, you can help Ecuador by taking part in our campaign. It takes less than a minute to donate and share. Just 60 seconds can make a world of difference. Support SOS Ecuador today.
Welcome back to the studio, and I'm very lucky to be joined here in the studio by two representatives of SOS Ecuador, and you're going to introduce our guests and talk to them, so thank you very much, Doctor.
Welcome, thank you. Obviously, following the devastating earthquake in Ecuador, Humanity First was on the ground, and it still is, and in those works we've come across an excellent organisation here in the UK called SOS Ecuador, and they are fundraising as a group of students to help victims in the Ecuador earthquake. With me, I've got Inti Gronberg here, and I've got Mario Hidalgo. So over to you to tell us about your organisation and what you do.
Thanks, Dr. Aziz. As you said, we are an organization made by Ecuadorian students here in the United Kingdom. We felt helpless at the moment that we had this devastating earthquake in our country. So we decided to join efforts to find some initiatives that we can do, and we decided to make a crowdfunding campaign, which is in the page crowdfunder.co.uk. So at the beginning, we started just with 8 universities, and we expected to raise just £8,000, but we got just that amount of money in just 2 days. So basically we increased the target to now at the moment we are looking to reach 50,000. So this initiative now is also being replicated in Spain, and we are working also to replicate this campaign in Canada. So the good thing about this is that the students, we found a way to help our country. We found the opportunity to join together to make an effort that now we see that is making results.
Excellent. And that's something that's very close to our heart in Humanity First as well, on a voluntary basis. So that's why we were very keen also to allow you an opportunity within our fundraising campaign to see if there's any way that we can do to help you, to help the people on the ground as well.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for letting us tell the people what we're doing. It's really important to say that now we are more than 20 universities here in the UK. Over 200 students, we have come together and realized that together we can do more actually. At the beginning there were some small initiatives, but we saw that through Crowdfunder we could like join forces and have a way bigger effect. We still have 17 days left for this initiative, and we just surpassed yesterday, I think, the 40,000 pounds. We want to reach 50,000 pounds, but we think we might go way above that. So thank you because of that, and thank you for helping us to help. Please remember, if you want to donate, you have to go to crowdfunder.co.uk and just find our initiative is on the front page. We have been really excited about doing this, and we look forward to continue with these efforts in the future.
Wish you all the best. Hopefully look forward to working together in the future.
Yep. Thank you very much. And that name again, SOS Ecuador. And you can find it on Crowdfunder for anyone that wants to donate. So thank you very much for joining us today. Humanity First, as I said, the assessment team have been on the ground, and the work has started to help the people of Ecuador to recover after the aftermath of the earthquake there. So in a few minutes' time, I'll be joined by some more guests in the studio to talk about floods in the UK and the work that Humanity First has done to help the victims of the floods in Cumbria. So join us again in a couple of minutes.
In just 1 minute, you can boil a kettle of water for your afternoon tea. In just 1 minute, you can take a selfie and post it on Instagram. In just 1 minute, your heart can beat up to 60 times. So what if I told you that in just 1 minute, you could lose your entire home, your loved ones, and even your life? On April 16th, Ecuador was struck by an earthquake that measured 7.8 on the Richter scale, killing over 650 people and leaving thousands injured and homeless. In 60 seconds, entire towns were torn into dust and rubble. However, in just 1 minute, you can help Ecuador by taking part in our campaign. It takes less than a minute to donate and share. Just 60 seconds can make a world of difference. Support SOS Ecuador today.
Welcome back to the studio, and I'm lucky to be joined back in the studio to talk about the work that Humanity First has done in the United Kingdom after the floods in Cumbria by Mudassir Ahmed, who is part of the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association, AMIA for short, and Dr. Aziz Hafiz has stayed in the studio to talk about the work that AMIA has done in partnership with Humanity First to help the victims of the flooding in Cumbria. And over the last few years, we've seen quite historic levels of flooding in parts of the United Kingdom, and people who have been in great need after those floods. So can you talk to us about the work that your organisation has been doing?
Yeah, I mean, it was about 5 months ago now, in December of 2015, the northern parts of England had substantial rainfall. Within a 48-hour period, 341 millimetres of rain fell, which was equivalent to a month's worth of rain. This caused massive flooding in the northern areas, so Cumbria, Yorkshire, Lanarkshire, etc. And people were stuck, residents were stuck in their homes, flooded outside, 5 foot high, and the Muslim Youth Association, with the support of Humanity First, kicked into gear, and for about a month or so, our volunteers were down on the ground helping people as much as we could.
Mm. And I mean, one thinks that when a disaster occurs in the developing world, in resource-poor situations, obviously there's going to be a need. But one doesn't think of that in the UK, a developed country with all of the infrastructure which is there already. The authorities should be able to do the work that's necessary, but even in a country like the United Kingdom, things can get overwhelmed. Dr. Aziz, what's your experience?
Absolutely. Obviously, Humanity First Disaster Relief, we're dealing with floods around the world, in Bangladesh, Niger, in far-off places, in India, in Chennai recently. And then when it hit us here in the United Kingdom, and we turned to the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association. We have a long-standing partnership, who have a voluntary base up and down the country, and we were able to assist them with resources, with equipment, with supplies. They had volunteers that were reaching practically villages in far-off places to help serve those people. And yes, it is a surprise to us in the UK being hit by such a disaster. But both Mudassir and myself were on the ground with these people, and to see it with your own eyes, it's really something that's hard to digest, because we're used to seeing it in the rest of the world.
Yeah.
When it's in your own backyard, it's that bit more personal.
Yeah. And we can see some of the videos and pictures behind us of the victims of those floods and how they were being helped. And we can watch a testimonial of one of the people that you were able to help, Sylvia Pilling, who was there in Cumbria and was helped by the work of Humanity First and the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association. So let's watch that now.
Grateful, and you are a credit to the Muslim community, and I hope the whole world knows about all the wonderful things that you've done for us in pouring rain and nasty, dirty conditions, helping a woman on her own with a disabled husband. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mudassir, it must be heartwarming to hear those words from someone that you were able to help. And what was, in general, what was the reaction of people when you went into these small villages and towns and to help the people there who'd been affected by the floods?
Yeah, I mean, Sylvia's reaction there was quite typical of many of the residents of Cumbria. You've got to understand the demographics of this part of England. It's a very white predominantly area, not very many ethnic minorities that reside in that area. And when the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association were going on a daily basis, sometimes 30, 40, even up to 100 plus of our volunteers were on the ground on Boxing Day, in fact. The locals were a bit taken aback by this view of all these young Muslims. And what we found was many of them, we were knocking on doors and asking if they needed any help, what we could do. And many of them weren't opening the doors because they genuinely were a bit concerned and a bit afraid as to what's going on here. Who are these people? But the volunteers kept returning day in, day out. They began helping in the streets, clearing the streets and all the rubble, etc. And soon the residents began to realize that these people were here to help. They opened their doors and they spoke to us, they engaged with us, and they were really, really pleased and happy as to the reason why we were there. So, it's almost like as they opened their doors, their hearts opened as well.
Yeah. And it's clear there was a huge amount of work that you were able to do, and a lot of people that you were able to help. I understand we have a caller on the line right now. Hello, can you hear me? Wa alaikum assalam. Could you tell us your name?
Alaikum, it's Abdul Rauf Lodi speaking.
Could you tell us how you were involved with the floods in Cumbria and the work that was being done there?
Yes, sure. Yeah, we were basically based in Manchester and in Darul Aman Mosque, and we set up a command centre here in the mosque, and we were just trying to run all operations from this location in terms of contacting, the centres set up by the community authorities in all those affected areas. So we basically just try to add a bit more organisation to all our operations, which was already going on in all affected areas. We were here in the command centre. We were just trying to organise the manpower with the help of Humanity First, all the equipment that we had, trying to distribute it in all those affected areas, and also taking calls from some people that actually called us directly for some help from nearby areas.
So you were able to coordinate the work of the Ahmadiyya Youth Association and Humanity First to help the people directly affected by the floods?
correct. So, I mean, we were running, I think the first storm hit the UK around 5th of December, and all our daily sort of work started on the 8th of December. So the command center was set up, I think, towards, I think around Christmas time, because then we started all the works in the Yorkshire area and Manchester area, Greater Manchester and Lancashire, whereas the first few weeks were mainly in Cumbria. As we started in Yorkshire, in Lancashire and in other areas other than Cumbria, that's when we had this command center set up, just putting all the equipment in this, I think it was in the Manchester Mosque, and also we were just going on social networks from that location, whoever was on shift, just checking, because there was a lot of community groups set up on Facebook, and people would just report things like we're out of mops, we need whatever equipment they needed. So we just tried to get in touch proactively as well as reacting to phone calls and other help that was demanded.
Yeah, fantastic, and a really important part of the work to coordinate and to find out where the help is needed and to get in there. So thank you very much for your call. And there was a huge amount of work that you were able to do. Were you able to talk us through some of the sort of facts and figures in terms of exactly how many people you were able to help and how much work you were able to do on the ground?
I don't know if the infographic is visible or not, but all in all, we had over 350 volunteers from AMIA out on the streets helping. We managed to visit 38 different villages over the course of a month, helped over 10,000 people. In addition to the practical help in terms of sandbagging, for example, filling in sandbags and laying them out in front of people's houses and their homes, their doors, etc. We also had to gut people's houses. So, when the water comes in, it recedes, it leaves a very, very nasty stench in the homes. And obviously the furniture is completely sodden and ruined. That's all got to be gotten rid of. So we had to empty out people's houses, the furniture, even so much as the plaster. We were chiseling it off the bottom of the walls up to about 5 foot high. There's a lot of different variable types of work, but also what we found that the residents really appreciated was a simple "How are you? What can we do to help you?" Giving them a season's greeting card, on Boxing Day, for example. They didn't expect it, the warmth of that small gesture, but it had a big impact.
Yeah.
And we want to help however we can, whether it's in terms of physically helping them or emotionally helping them. But both ways it was appreciated.
Yeah. And Dr. Aziz, Humanity First is always looking for partners such as AMIA to work with on the ground to enable them to be able to do this work. And as we said, as well as having that sort of international scope to its work, also very much working in donor countries as well when that situation arises and there is a need there.
Absolutely. And for our donors and our viewers on the ground, you can see that where your money goes. So in the United Kingdom, where your money goes. So your money helps buy dinghies to help in flood disasters. Your money actually goes towards buying equipment to help people. It goes towards buying generators to pump out people's cellars. It goes to buying a whole host of equipment that allows organizations such as the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association to help use your donations to actually serve the people on the ground.
Can I just actually, that's a very important point. We, as the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association, what we have is manpower, and we have a great deal of it. We have the will to serve. What we appreciated throughout the flooding month of December was the financial and the physical support and the logistical support that we received from Humanity First. That was, it was invaluable. We weren't able to go into waters 5 foot high had we not had the waders, for example, or the rubber dinghies, or the torches, or the high-vis vests, or all the other types of equipment that was provided to us. And it was provided, very quickly. And again, in this type of scenario, where you've got a crisis that's breaking out there and then, you've got to react straight away. You can't react next week, and you can't order supplies and, expect it to arrive on time. So that was very, very valuable.
We've got a caller on the line now. I understand, Tariq Hayat. Can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Ahmad. Can you hear me?
Wa alaikum assalam. We can hear you very clearly. And Tariq Sahab, you have some comments you'd like to make about the situation in Cumbria and the floods there?
Yes, well, no, well, first of all, many congratulations to Humanity First on organising this telethon. I think it's a fantastic idea and really a call just to show my support. I mean, my association with Humanity First goes back pretty much since its inception. I'm sure Dr. Aziz, sitting there with you and with us, will remember when the original convoys left from London, and I remember as a youngster helping to load up vans at Hardwick's Way, which used to be Khudam Lemdia's office, which is one of the first locations from where the first convoys left, and then subsequently have been involved in both in terms of as a volunteer and raising money and supporting Humanity First throughout the years. And I'm very fortunate to have had that opportunity. And with respect to the Cumbria floods, I think that's a fantastic example of where Humanity First has helped in a disaster situation closer to home and mobilized volunteers on the ground, especially through its network, through its association with Majlis Al-Anbiya, getting people to the affected areas very quickly. And I think the only thing the one thing that sort of really sticks in my mind from that whole period was when a lady, a local up in Cumbria, was her house had been devastated, the infrastructure was down, nobody was coming to help. And then when the Humanity First volunteers turned up, and members of Majlis Al-Anbiya turned up, I think her words were as if angels had been sent from heaven to help her, because they didn't quite know how they were going to deal with the aftermath of the flooding. And she was so incredibly impressed that she said that she would be an advocate for the efforts being conducted by Humanity First and others. As a result, so really, I just wanted to call to give my support and encourage everybody who's listening to dig deep and enable Humanity First to reach its target today.
Yeah, thank you very much. And for those who want to donate, you can call on 0330 1220246, and we were just talking to Tariq Hayat, who was telling us about the floods in Cumbria and the effect that it had on the people on the ground there. And we have another caller on the line as well. Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam. Could you tell us your name?
My name is Farhan Ahmed Shaheen.
Okay, Farhan, and what would you like to say to us today?
Well, I would like to say that I'm very inspired of what Humanity First do around the world today. I would like to say they are doing a fantastic job, and I would like to congratulate them a lot on this.
Thank you very much.
And I would like to donate £10 to them.
That's very kind. Thank you very much for your donation, and thank you very much for calling in for your comments. So, I mean, it's donations like that that make the difference, isn't it? That by, as we said, we talked about the things that were required in terms of dinghies, waders, things that make a difference and have a huge impact on the people. And Tariq Hayat was talking about this person who was devastated by the floods, whose house was destroyed, and she didn't know what she was going to do, and then suddenly this volunteer force turned up to help her, sort of unbidden from anyone. She described them as angels. And so, as you said, just it's the human element of going somewhere and just touching someone who is in need and helping them in that situation, which can make a huge difference to people's lives.
There's actually a video that we filmed of, we interviewed this gentleman, probably in his late 60s, very short video, and he's so emotional in this video. Towards the end of it, he actually almost breaks down in tears because of his utter surprise and gratefulness of these volunteers coming to help. It's something that these people have never experienced before, and many of them couldn't even imagine this happening. So I think the impact of the help is far deeper than laying a sandbag. It's a lifelong impact that these sort of actions make.
Not only in the UK. Wherever you go in the world, this issue of breaking down barriers across cultures, across races, across faith, people of no faith, whether it's Ecuador today, whether it's Nepal yesterday, whether it's India, whether it's Bangladesh, Indonesia, whether it's Cumbria, it brings people from differing groups together. Humanity First works with many other NGOs, loads of organisations, and that creates that humanitarian family across the world just to help humanity.
That's another thing that both Humanity First and the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association have in common, is that we're not geared or focused around helping a particular portion of society. It's literally every single person. If you're a human being, you require help, then these organisations are there to serve you.
As you said, the ethos of Humanity First is humanity first, no matter what the background, race, religion, or country, culture that anyone belongs to.
Absolutely. And the founder of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, of which Humanity First is a part, himself stated about himself that my desire, my will, my aim, my whole desire of life is to serve humanity. It's my job, my purpose, my whole reason for being.
So thank you very much to my guests, Dr. Aziz Hafiz and Mudassir Ahmed, and they were talking about the floods in Cumbria and the work that Humanity First and the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association were able to do to help the victims of those floods, to go in there, to help them in a situation of dire need, to work with them to protect their houses and to fix their houses after the floods had been. For anyone that wants to donate, you can donate on 0330 122 0246, or you can go to our website, humanityfirst.org. So please do donate, help us to reach our target of $1 million. Carry on donating, let people know about the telethon, keep those calls coming in, keep those donations coming in. In a few minutes we'll be moving on to our next segment, which is Knowledge for Life, so please join us again in a few moments.
experience. So na bank san kanya fumansu. Anyan po bubsutong.
Sagli do pichichi koru kana pa se bang dubum.
Anyan po bubsung. Understand? Sa una ba so kidi kanisu. Sa se tsagotong. Mo se po ide no itatu. Open no.
Ebola until you have been infected by the virus. Ebola shows itself with a sudden high fever, extreme tiredness, body aches, joint pains, diarrhea, vomiting, and bleeding.
You use the soap, it turn or you hand and you wash an empty one.
experience. So na ba ketsan kanya famautu. Anyan po bubsuto.
Sa agbe no pitete ko ruke na ba se ba indubum.
Anyan po bubsu. Understand? Sa una ba so ke kanesu. Sa se tsagoton. Mo se po ide no etatu. Open enu.
Ebola until you have been infected by the virus. Ebola shows itself with a sudden high fever, extreme tiredness, body aches, joint pains, diarrhea, vomiting, and bleeding.
If you use the soap, it turn on your hand and all you want an empty one.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. May the peace and blessings of God be upon you. Welcome back to our Humanity First Telethon, where we'll be taking you through a series of long-term projects in the rural communities here in Africa. Not to say that we're actually in Africa. We're calling in from London, naturally with my esteemed guests. With me, I've got Director of Programs, Fazl Ahmed for Humanity First. Alongside him will be Rizwan Safir, who is the country manager of Sierra Leone. Assalamu alaikum, gentlemen. It's a wonderful opportunity that we all have sitting here together today, raising funds for the Humanity First Telethon for many of the wonderful and blessed programs. Can you please tell us about them? Rizwan, for example, some of the Water for Life programs and the pumps. Tell us about why this is such a blessed opportunity for people to donate.
Of course. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for introducing me. I think we take for granted how important the facility and access to regular water is living here in the West. Going to West Africa, I've worked in Sierra Leone and Ivory Coast. As you go into rural communities and you see some of the resources they have in certain communities or lack of access they have to water, it really hits home that the capability and the access we have to water is something we really take for granted. And I remember one example, going to a village in Sierra Leone, I think it was Nyandion in the west, and prior to a water well being established by Humanity First, we visited the resource that they were using to access water, and it was literally a pool of water lying from, just collected from rainwater. And that same pool of water was accessed by animals, wild animals, as it was by the local children and local people of the village. So it really hits home the provision, how amazing access and provision to water is, and it's something that Humanity First is right at the forefront of in Sierra Leone in particular and across West Africa, as you know very well.
This is interesting. I remember when we first had this conversation, Fazl and I went and looked up a few of the very important details here. I was amazed that since Ebola, Humanity First had been supporting orphans, particularly in Sierra Leone and Liberia, through education, building pumps and toilets for Sierra Leone schools, train children in the importance of hygiene to combat the viruses, as well as families have been themselves sponsoring pumps themselves, and 1,500 pounds, for example, pays for a school pump. I was just thinking about our conversation. I was thinking about when I was in school. These are some of the things that we took for granted. For example, there were always 2 water fountains in our school, right? There was the one water fountain that was the regular great water fountain, and we all drank from. And then there was the smaller, cheaper-looking water fountain that we were all shunned, right? I don't know how it was here in this country, but I know, for example, in America, and this is in America, one of the wealthiest countries in the world, and everyone would say, "Oh no, that's the dirty water fountain." So here you're drawing our attention to schools where children are actually drinking the same water that the wild animals are drinking. Yeah. And this is what they have access to. Yeah. How can we change that?
Well, in particular, the context for Ebola is quite interesting, because scholars in this country were saying, well, just get them to wash their hands with hot water and soap. They don't have hot water, let alone hot water, and they certainly don't have soap. So that was part of the problem why the virus was spreading in countries like Guinea, Liberia and Sierra Leone without check. The second thing was that actually the cultural norms are different. When you don't have that, water on tap in a village, and you're going down to the river and collecting water which isn't fully, what we would call potable, then the culture is different around hygiene. And so we had to educate people on hygiene. In the screens behind you is the video that we did to raise awareness. The video was in Creole and in English. But post-Ebola, we thought the best way to create more strength in the country, more resilience to this kind of virus, is to start with the youngsters. Go to schools, train them on the importance of hand washing and hygiene, and when they go into the toilet and washing afterwards. But of course, if they don't have decent toilets and they certainly don't have hand washing, how are you going to train them? So in the last year or so, we've been deploying water pumps in schools across Port Loko, across the McCaney area in Sierra Leone, and then we're training the children in the importance of hygiene and hand washing, and they're acutely aware of it. They've just been through Ebola, and we're showing them that if you wash your hands, this is how you can limit a virus and actually keep yourselves safe.
Wow. I was thinking about Ebola, for example. This is something that here in our country, we only hear about it as something that just populates the newspapers, the internet. Tell us a little bit about Ebola, and what I guess what I'm trying to find out here is from an on-the-ground perspective. I mean, here we are in our Western countries. We wash our hands. In fact, we leave the tap running for a little bit because we want it to hit that right temperature before we take a shower, or if we're thirsty and we want a bit of water. But tell me from an on-the-ground perspective, what was it like when Ebola hit the country, Sierra Leone, sure, Guinea? Sure. What was it like for you being there? To give you one example of how damaging the effect of Ebola was, I was speaking to Fawad Lola Sahib, who was our chairman in Sierra Leone, during the crisis. And one of the things that happened at the beginning of the crisis was that the government outlawed meeting people by hands and hugging people because it was a way of spreading the disease. So you had to do this. So you had to, tap or just salute someone on the street or whatever. But in West Africa, people are very, very, they like to hug each other and tactile. And so I remember him saying that during Eid once. It was a surreal scene where after Eid, you know how everyone greets each other after Eid, they hug each other. They weren't allowed to do that. And that just really brings home the impact it was. So so it's just like
some sort of improvised
not even
greeting.
A fist to fist. It's
not even a fist bump. Actually, that wouldn't have been allowed either. No physical contact.
Yeah.
So
close, but not
exactly. So just the impact on a day-to-day life. I mean, people aren't even be able to interact with their own families, meet people in the mosque or in other forms of society. I mean, it just really shows how it permeated through society, and it was really damaging. But conversely, the effect that Humanity First had was incredible. They were out on street corners, on public transport, providing the necessary hygiene facilities, providing the awareness, and these things directly tackled the crisis in Sierra Leone, directly eradicated the virus. These were the measures that Humanity First took through the donations that people were giving generously that allowed for the reverse of the Ebola virus to take effect. So the donations do really count. The donations make a huge impact in all forms of society, and it's something that we encourage people to continue donating towards, because now we're in the post-Ebola phase. Now we're sponsoring orphans, those people who have been directly affected by the Ebola crisis, and helping them get the best possible start in life.
You know, this is another opportunity. We just ask our viewers. This is, in fact, the Humanity First Telethon, where we're looking to raise funds to do things like continue to keep Ebola free of these countries. We're just going to ask everyone, don't delay. This is not the moment where you want to stand and watch and listen to heartwarming stories, or maybe stories that will make your tears come to your eyes. These are times that we're just going to ask you, go ahead, dig into your pockets, get that lunch money out, get that vacation money out. It takes as little as £100 to really help keep these countries Ebola free. So one of the other questions that I had for you, Rizwan, is that after Ebola started to die down, many people start to think to themselves, well, the problem is over. We can just kind of maybe focus on some of the other things now. We can return back to our daily life. Tell me a little bit about what's happening now in April 2016 in many of these countries. What is it like there? Is the problem still there?
The problem is still there. It's bouncing around the bottom, as the World Health Organization puts it. So we've had recent cases. We had a case in Cambia in the north of Sierra Leone, and one case means that all of the people that person came into contact with for the last 3 weeks are suddenly under observation as well. So it's not just the one case. If they've met 100 people, those 100 people are on observation. We've had cases in Guinea, we've had 1 or 2 cases in Liberia. There's hardly any cases, but the disruption it causes is immense, because those people are encouraged, stay at home, don't go to the market, don't go to school, don't go to work, because you could cross-contaminate other people. And equally, when we say Ebola is gone, what we found, we looked after 109 orphans in Sierra Leone, Ebola orphans. Those children were stigmatized. So we had to educate their families and give them reassurance, give them cleaning materials, and say, please keep that child with their cousins, with their grandparents. Don't send them to an orphanage on the other side of the country. It's not good for them. But even during that period, we noticed that those children that had recovered from Ebola started to get repeated eye problems. And there are other health concerns that we're seeing as an ongoing outcome of Ebola, and we're having to keep an eye on that.
See, this is a great opportunity then, post-Ebola. This is a great opportunity. I heard Fazl tell us earlier today, some of the reasons why people are donating is a small donation makes a lifelong difference. And I can tell you how many of us waste money. We talked about earlier our lunch money, our vacation money. Just yesterday, now I feel guilty because I bought another pair of sneakers. Another pair of trainers, and I don't wear trainers at all. And it's amazing because when I got home and I started to read up a little bit more on what's happening in the countries, Sierra Leone, Guinea, many of these countries, and I thought to myself, that 40 pounds I can put towards something better. And so I decided to match it with 80 pounds, and I'm asking all of you to do the same. If you are not able to donate yourself generously, then tell your friends, tell your family members. We are there on YouTube. You can go to the website. That's www.humanityfirst.org. You can watch us, you can keep track of us as we now continue to raise funds. Be a part of it. There's many countries, Pakistan, the United States, Canada, Germany, the United Kingdom. Here we are. Earlier today you guys thought we were in Africa, but here we are in the United Kingdom raising funds, competing with each other in good. We'll ask you, please go to the website, please donate. This is something that you can do right away. One of the other questions, as I understand, you have also been to quite a few of the countries in Africa. Tell me, what was it like for you in terms of the cultural change growing up here in the UK and then visiting these countries?
It's an incredible thing to realize the differences in the way people live, and the dramatic differences in everyday life, really, how much it permeates into an everyday life scenario. I think for me it was the personal inspiration that my grandfather was in Ghana, and he was a headmaster of a secondary school in Ghana. And that has always inspired me, that in that time, in the 50s, in very, very different conditions to today, where he traveled by boat from the UK to Ghana, and he set up a school there, and he would travel in very, very kind of basic conditions to villages and encourage people to participate in education. It was something that was very inspiring to me. And growing up in the West, growing up in a society where everything is provided for you, you do not realize the contrast until you actually go to those countries and see the manner in which people are living. And it's fascinating that, I mean, personally I'm an archaeologist, I study ancient history. So seeing that certain societies in the past, such as the height of the Roman Empire, for example, had technology and facilities that are still more advanced than certain places in the world today, for me is shocking. And for me, I think we really need to act upon that. As a society, we really need to act upon that. And the donations people give towards Humanity First directly feed into developing those areas which need it most.
Tell me a little bit about, because I do realize that a lot of our viewers who are watching with us today are thinking to themselves, well, it can't be too much different than what we have here in the UK. In fact, our viewers are from all over the world. It can't be, I understand, actually we have someone calling in. So we've got someone actually calling in now, here to give their outlook on the Humanity First telethon. I believe the name is Qamar Ahmed. Qamar Ahmed, are you on the line with us?
Yes, I'm here.
Assalamu alaikum, dear brother. How's everything?
Well, it's done. How are you guys doing?
Thank you for joining us here. We just wanted to see if we can get a little bit of your insight on the project that we're trying to raise funds for now. Tell us about your experiences with the Humanity First post-Ebola special scheme.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
Could you tell us a little bit about your experience? We're raising funds, as you already know, for the post-Ebola Water for Life scheme. So we wanted to see if we can get some of your insight and your experience there in Africa.
Well, I'm actually not in Africa. I'm actually in Dubai, but I think you guys are doing a fantastic job. And, post-Ebola.
Excellent. So I understand that you're calling in with a £2,000 promise. Is that right? Are you still there with me, dear brother Qamar?
Maybe he meant 5,000.
All right. Thank you so much, dear brother Qamar. We'll try to reconnect with you later. We have another caller. Caller, you're on the air.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to first congratulate everyone for doing a fantastic, mashallah, job for the telethon today. I just want to say that Humanity First is doing a really good job around the world. I went to Sierra Leone with my husband a couple of years ago, and I saw all the water pumps, the schools that the Humanity First is supporting. And then I went to Syria, where I saw that Humanity First was supporting the refugees to build their life again. And I think it's a fantastic job, and everyone should donate for it.
Wow. Thank you so much for that, sister. I really appreciate your calling in. If you have about 5 seconds, tell me what was your outlook, and did you liaise with some of the Humanity First workers on the ground?
Yes, we did. In Sierra Leone, we travelled around Sierra Leone with Mr. Flole Sahab, who is the Humanity First chairman of Sierra Leone. And in Syria, we were with Abdul Kafi Sahab, who was the Humanity First in charge at the Syrian border within Turkey. So it was really good, and I think Humanity First is doing a fantastic job.
Wow. Thank you so much, sister. May God be with you always. And as always, as we tell all of our callers, please, keep supporting us. Thank you so much for supporting us, and keep encouraging the people also to join us at www.humanityfirst.org to see if they can help as well. Thank you so much, dear sister. We have another caller on the line. Caller, you're on the air.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. How's everything?
Oh, fine, thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. So what did you want to share with us today?
I would like to donate £20.
20 pounds. What's your name?
Safir Hafiz.
Safir Rafiq. Jazakallah. Thank you so much, dear brother. Now, let me ask you, why are you donating today?
Just so I can help the people who are poor and they don't have enough money.
Wow. Alhamdulillah. Thank you so much. How old are you?
12.
12. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have a fantastic example. Mr. Safir Rafiq, is that your name?
Safir Hafiz.
Shafiq Hafiz.
Safir Hafiz.
Safir Hafiz.
Yes.
Wow, thank you so much. At 12 years old, donating 20 pounds. Thank you so much for that, and please keep supporting us, and may Allah always bless you.
Okay, Jazakallah.
Jazakallah.
Khudafis.
Khudafis. Ladies and gentlemen, what a heartwarming example. You know, we have three callers in. Our dear Qamar, who donated to this very noble cause, a dear sister who dialed in as well, and our very last younger brother at 12 years old taking 20 pounds out to assist us. This is the type of response that the good people all over the world who have the ability to help us, to help their own brother. You know, this is like when it is said that one who has saved a life, it is as if they have saved a life of all of mankind. So now turning toward my guests here, Rizwan, one of the things that you've seen in your time as country managers, all of the different people who come out of everywhere, unknown ones like Safir at 12 years old with 20 pounds. Tell me about one of the most surprising donatees you've seen.
That's an interesting question. I would say there was, recently there's been a family in Mauritius that has donated very, very generously towards the facilitation of water pumps across the country. The exact figure I'm not quite aware of in terms of number of pumps they donated towards, but it's about 10 pumps, which is a sizable figure. I mean, the single pump donation is about £1,500, so we're talking about a significant number. And the generosity has been incredible. And when you look at these examples of how they donate generously towards such schemes, and when you go to the ground and you see the impact of those schemes, then it really hits home of how the generosity of people is facilitating and assisting people directly in these countries. So I think that's just one example I can think of at the top of my head. Fazl, I'm sure, is aware of many examples of generous donations. I'm more dealing with people on the ground and being there on a kind of on the floor level. But I don't know if Fazl has come across.
Well, before we get to that, this is a very interesting subject because we talked a lot about what Humanity First does on the ground, installing water pumps in schools and there in local communities, and we talked a lot about what the volunteers are like. But tell me about the people who are watching you guys install the pumps and try to purify the water there. They know the benefit. Tell me about the children and maybe some of the normal people also in the community. What's their response? Here you have somebody coming into their village, coming into their schools. They don't want anything from them, from what I understand, and all they want to do is build the water pumps, purify the water for them. What's their reaction like?
It's an incredible level of inspiration that you see, particularly amongst the children. I remember going to a certain village and where we installed a water pump. And it became an entire community event. The entire village congregated to see the effect of what we were doing, and why they were there. They were amazingly intrigued. And it's similar I've seen in school projects where over here, you know, we're very reluctant to go to school, especially, I mean, when I was a young kid. If I had a day off sick or if it was an extra day snowed out, I'd be ecstatic, you know, I've missed a day of school. But in Sierra Leone, it's the opposite. I would see children running towards the classroom. At the beginning of school, there would be a kind of a bell which would be rung at the beginning of school, and children were literally sprinting towards the classroom to be there because they had the ability to learn and improve upon their education. So the response is nothing else but incredible, and it's so generous. The people are so generous and so helpful towards us. And I'm trying to think of if it was an opposite scenario, maybe somewhere in the West, where if people who are you're completely unaware of, just came into your village and started building things and helping towards you, they would almost seem a bit distant towards it, I think. But in Africa, people are very warm, very friendly. People are built upon connections. They're very much built upon relationships with one another. And I found that despite having not very much, I found that generally people in West Africa at least are far more happier in day-to-day life than I see a lot in maybe Western society. And I think it's something that we can take from them, which is, we often try to give a lot to them, but we can take a lot from societies in West Africa as well, in terms of the fact that they have very little, yet they're extremely happy and engaged at all times.
Tell me a little bit about one of the most important or most memorable relationships that you established while you were there.
I think definitely working with the people on the ground within the Humanity First team, you really build a strong connection with the people who are there, because you're working towards the same objective. And I would say, for example, the chairman for Lola Sahib, as well as the team in Humanity First, it's almost a brothership that you build, a brotherhood that you build between them. Because you're in constant contact with them. You're working towards the same objectives, which is to help develop their country, to help develop rural parts of their nation, which are deprived. They're very, very deprived areas. And so when you see that happening, when you see the achievements directly taking place, I think the relationships that you forge with people only strengthen. And I'm sure Fazl Bhai would have countless experiences working all over Africa.
Well, this is a great question here, because, you know, as director of programs, I would imagine, like we talked a little bit earlier about the water pumps, how, again, 1,500 pounds, 1,500 pounds, such a small amount, this is not even a vacation, helps to establish a water pump in many of these communities. One of the wonderful things that Fazl told me today is that there's a placard that we do put on the water pump to say who it is that donated it, so that people can be remembered for all time, or at least a lifetime, of the water pump, as to who helped to establish a simple thing like a water pump in a village or in a school. So that's 1,500 pounds establishes a water pump. Tell me, Fazl, how many water pumps do we have there in Sierra Leone? And how many are needed for that matter?
I mean, Sierra Leone, we've probably done about 100 now. But in Africa, we've done close to 2,000. And, you know, every day, something like 2.1 million people in Africa are getting their water from our systems.
Wow.
And you know, the example from post-Ebola, there were two families in Mauritius, and they traded off each other.
Wow.
One family said, we're going to do 5. Another family said, well, we're going to do some. And, you know, the interesting thing was, for individuals, it was actually still quite a large amount. But as a family group coming together and saying, we're going to remember our grandfather and put their name on our pump, they all teamed together and did it. And then they found that they were getting more and more money and said, rather than doing 1, can we do 3? Can we do 5? Can we do 10? And it just mushroomed. And it's infectious, because other people see that and say, I want to do something for my granddad, or my grandmother, or my mum, or my dad. And it really is infectious. We've had, in this country, we've had families in Middlesex who've been doing that recently, and we've had families in Yorkshire who are coming forward. We've had a family in Manchester who are coming forward and want to do a really big project on behalf of their family. It's great.
Well, thank you so much for supporting us. Thank you so much for being down here today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned today, thank you so much for supporting us. Please, we rely upon your continued support. We're going to be moving on, because now we talked about one of the most, if not the most important quality in life, which is water. We're going to be moving on to feed a village when we come back shortly. Thank you.
Millions of farmers around the world live in poverty despite year-round hard work in the harshest of conditions. Tonight, over 900 million people will go to bed hungry. 146 million children will be underweight. And this year, 11 million under 5-year-old children will die due to malnutrition and disease. Without access to markets, most of these farmers grow for their own consumption only, subsistence agriculture. Without greater income, they cannot invest in tools and are stuck in a trap of low income and low investment. Humanity First's Feed a Village program offers solutions and practical help to grow crops and increase yields, store crops to prevent wastage, and process crops into higher value products to take to market. Humanity First is providing rural communities with the seeds, tools, fertilizer and irrigation to help them get started and grow essential crops. In many countries such as Sierra Leone, we are helping them grow different crops in different dry and wet seasons, such as cassava and groundnut. We help to take an innovative, low-tech solution from Nigeria called Desert Fridge and deploy it across Africa to store crops for 2 weeks and reduce waste by some 40%. We are providing clusters of villages with crop processing plants for couscous, rice, cassava and other staples to save time and increase the value of their goods that they're taking to market. And the need is not just in Africa. Even in Europe and North America, Humanity First is running and supporting food banks, providing emergency food to desperate people in cities such as London, Toronto and Philadelphia. Just £30 can provide an emergency food hamper for a month. £500 can help a village to grow crops. And £2,000 can provide a crop processing plant for a cluster of villages. Please donate or speak to us about partnering with us on our Feed a Village program.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Welcome back. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, going through the many, many blessed programs that we have here in the Feed a Village program. To my left, we have our dear brothers Isa Wama, Ibrahim Asante. Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us. Apologies for that. And of course, our very dear Fazl Ahmed again, Director of Programs. So, welcome back. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Gentlemen, what are your first thoughts on our Humanity First Telethon?
I think it's brilliant. It is an avenue for people to donate, to also take part in the wonderful courses organized by Humanity First, Gift of Sight, Feed the Village, the different programs. It is an avenue for us to give back to society. And I'm quite excited about the donations coming, and we're expecting more today. That's why we're here.
So Fazl, tell me a little bit about the Feed a Village program.
We actually broadened this name to food security. So if you look at Africa and Asia and Latin America, we were working at village level, and we're helping villagers with tools and resources to be able to grow and harvest more crops, and then with low-cost technology to store the crops and reduce wastage, and then processing plants to be able to turn raw crops into products that they can earn more from. So that was the Feed a Village program in Africa, in Asia, in Latin America. But actually, over the course of the last decade, and you're from the States, you've seen it, we see a lot of poverty in city areas. And we're doing food banks and food pantries and various other projects in North America and Europe. And we're helping the homeless in Paris, and we've been helping the homeless in Germany. So we're changing the name to food security, because that's actually what it is. And it's the same whether it's a mother with 2 children who's lost her source of income and is struggling in Greater Toronto, or whether it's a mother in Kenya where there's been a drought and she's got 5 children, she's wondering which of the 3 will I feed tonight and which 2 do I put to sleep hungry. It's food security.
Okay. So what areas of interest, or what were your prime areas, for example, over the last month or 2 that you've been operating in?
I mean, Ibrahim, you've been to Ivory Coast, and do you want to explain what life is like for rural farmers in Côte d'Ivoire?
As an African coming from Africa, life is quite harsh. Life is quite tough for rural Africans, farmers, so to say. What Humanity First offers them is adding value, helping them to move from that ocean of sameness as subsistence farmers into the lake of differentiation, i.e. adding value to their products so that they can feed first their immediate family, help others, earn some money, and also take their children to school. So it's a whole ripple effect, and Humanity First has been able to put in place about 11 or so plants so far in Côte d'Ivoire, and I think more is to be done. If you go to Ghana as well, Humanity First is doing a lot of other products there, projects there as well.
How much does it take to do that? Because it sounds like a lot of intensive work, and I'm sure there's a lot of people, you get phone calls all the time from people who do want to volunteer, as well as from people who cannot volunteer but do want to be a part of this. How much does it take to make this happen? For example, one processing plant.
So we've got a basket of projects within the food security program. If you start from the small end, a desert fridge, which we get the local pot makers to make, we give them the template, they make it, they sell it, that costs about £10.
Wow.
Yeah, $15. If you then look at a village level program to provide them with tools and fertilizer and seeds and other resources to grow and harvest a larger quantity of crops, that might cost £100 for a village. Only £100 for an entire village. All the way through to, if you look at a proper crop processing plant, which is the engine, it's the hopper, it's the whole big unit, it's a mechanical unit, that might cost you £1,500. But that would serve 3 or 4 villages. It might serve 3, 4, 5, 6,000 people who'll be bringing sacks of crop. I mean, you've seen this. They'll be bringing their cassava, maize, millet.
Yeah. And if you go to Côte d'Ivoire, acheke is their staple food, which is from cassava. And these days, if you look at cassava, cassava is used as a primary product in so many other products up to the medical side as well. So cassava is a very important staple crop, which if helped to process and add value, can generate some source of income for the local community farmers in Africa. And I really employ each and everyone to donate towards these good causes, because this is how you can partake in the good works of Humanity First. And one interesting thing about Humanity First is that over 95% of all donations go towards the the project. Almost all of us are volunteers, so we don't have high salaries. Your donations are not going into paying for salaries and overheads. We pay for our trips. Majority of us pay for our own trips and everything. So all your donations go towards helping the people on the front line.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the most attractive features for me when I first heard about Humanity First, where you hear every day, we're inundated, whether it's on Twitter or Instagram, we're always hearing about different organizations that are doing different things. And then later on, some of us who are a bit skeptical about getting involved, we say, well, where does the money go? This is the top sentence that everyone says when someone asks them to donate somewhere, isn't it? And so here you have it. Over 95% of the funds that are donated by you are going directly to the people on the ground. So you have an organization that is entirely volunteer run, where people are going out, spending their own funds for flight, etc., just to help the people on the ground. This is a great opportunity for you to be involved, to jump into this and say, what can I do to help? So from what I hear, as little as 10 pounds helps a family on the ground. 1,500 pounds, this is less than a trip. This is less than a holiday. And all you get from the holiday are the wonderful memories and, of course, the scrapbook. But in here, you're actually helping an entire village. 3 villages, from what I understand, 1,500 pounds a processing plant helps. So please, we're asking you, we're reaching out to you, our helpers, to help us help others. As little as 10 pounds and as little as 1,500 pounds helps one person, 3 villages. This is what you can do to help. www.humanityfirst.org. Please log in, ask your friends to log in, make your promises, make your donations, help the world go round. So one of the things I wanted to talk to you a little bit about is being on the ground. I understand that you've just come back from Ghana now and Côte d'Ivoire. So a lot of us, like myself, have never been to Ghana, never been to Côte d'Ivoire. The only thing that I've seen of Africa is are the pictures and the movies, you know. So coming from someone who is a native African, coming back and forth from the UK and Ghana, tell me, what is it like, and what is the difference, and where can we help?
You see, as a people, if we do what is expected of us, we will just survive. If we do what other people also think we should do, we will just be stable. And what Humanity First is here to help us do is go a little beyond imagination, where it's not about how big the donation is, but it is the heart with which you donate and who it's going to help. In Africa, $1, £1 can make a difference. You see, people down there don't have what we have here. What we take for granted, water, food, it's luxury over there. And as little as £10 can get this fridge, the desert fridge, to help a family. As little as £1,500, as you rightly said, for a holiday trip, can help a whole village. And think about it, what is life for? People love it, leave it, but we need to leave a legacy. If we cannot be there to serve other people, then what are we here for? So I would say life in Africa is not all that rosy. We have the extremes. We have those who are really rich and those who are really poor. The majority of the people are unfortunately in the poor bracket, where they need our help. And that is where Humanity First comes to play. And Humanity First is doing a wonderful job in all these places, but we need to do more. We've just scratched the surface. It's just the tip of the iceberg, and we need the help of each and every one. Why do we all have to put our hands on deck? One tree does not make a forest. One person alone cannot do the whole job. But if we all put our hands together, our £10 here, our £20 there, our £1,500 here, together we can make that change that is expected of us.
And speaking of make the change, it just dawned on me that all of the little grains of rock near the coast make an entire beach. And when that entire beach is laid out, then everybody lives good. If we can just ask everyone, take a few moments, go to www.humanityfirst.org, log in, ask your friends and family members to log in. We'll be running programs all throughout the day. One of the programs will be some of the assistance that Humanity First has been providing, even in countries such as Palestine. So thank you so much for joining us here today. We're going to ask you, please log in, please help, please donate, and we'll see you soon. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
So this is Tim Farron speaking to you from Cumbria, from Kendal, just outside the glorious Lake District. And I want to just say how grateful we are in Cumbria to Humanity First and to the Ahmadiyya Muslim Youth Association for all the work you did those months ago when things weren't quite so pleasant in the Lake District, when we had those cataclysmic floods just before Christmas. So many people whose lives were upside down, turned upside down, businesses wrecked, people out of their homes. I can tell you that still today there are people still not back in their homes that were flooded back at the beginning of December. And then along came so many of you from Humanity First and from the Youth Association who literally rolled your sleeves up and helped people at their most desperate moment. That will not be forgotten. Your concern for your fellow human beings and for this county of Cumbria will be remembered for many, many years by so many of us. I'm personally very grateful. The community is as well, and I just want to wish you all the best in the future. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We've had an incredibly busy telethon. The latest total so far is $193,000. Keep your calls coming in, keep your donations coming in. I want to start now talking about some of the fantastic work that Humanity First is doing in Palestine. And here we have Dr. Aziz Hafiz, who introduced himself earlier, but very quickly, Dr. Hafiz, tell us what you do for a living and what you've been doing in Palestine very quickly before we go into a video.
Assalamu alaikum. The peace and blessing of God Almighty be on you and all the viewers. So basically, Humanity First has been working in Palestine for the last number of years, and essentially we've been assisting on the ground in 4 key projects. We're providing scholarships to university students in Gaza and the West Bank. We're trying to provide agricultural projects for poor farmers in the West Bank. And we're hoping to establish a lab for the blind and visually impaired in conjunction with the Al-Quds Open University in Gaza City. And we're also planning student exchanges for students in Gaza and the West Bank to exchange here in the UK for a few weeks.
We've seen a video of some of the work you're doing, and hopefully we'll see more. I want to go to the Humanity First rep in Palestine, Mr. Abdul Qadir. I think he's on the line. Mr. Abdul Qadir, are you with us? Okay, I think he's. We're going to go back to him in a second, as soon as he comes back on. Can you very quickly give us some facts about the scholarship scheme that's going on there?
So basically, there are about 8 universities across Gaza and the West Bank that we're supporting. So the Al-Quds Open University, the Hebron University, the Hebron Polytechnic, the Al-Najjar University in Nablus. And what we've tried to do is to support some of the poorest students that otherwise would not have been able to attend university. And you'll see some of the videos of the students and their parents.
Let's see if we've got a video to show right now whilst we wait for Dr. Abdul Qadir to come online. If there is a video, hopefully we'll get that on the screen. In the meantime, can you very quickly tell me how many students we're talking about here?
So at the moment we've got students from across the West Bank and Gaza, about 30 students at the moment that are going through undergraduate education.
Okay.
And we fund each year, and depending on how successful they perform, then we fund year 2 and year 3.
Okay, so we've got 30 odd students.
Yeah.
Let's go to the video now.
We're now going to go into the Al-Quds Open University, and we're going to speak to some of the beneficiaries of the Humanity First scholarships that you've all kindly donated to. We're going to speak to one of the students now, if you just follow me. We're now here in the Al-Quds Open University in Ramallah, here in Palestine, where we're going to meet some of the students that have benefited from the Humanity First scholarships. Let's go and speak to them.
ميس محمد، طالب في جامعة القدس المفتوحة، بدرس اللغة الإنجليزية وأساليب تدريسها، عمري 20 سنة. أنا من طول كرم. السبب اللي خلاني أدرس في الجامعة إن تزوجت خلال الدراسة، فكانت كثير مساعدتني. دوامها كثير ملائم بالنسبة إلي. ساعدتني إنه الجمعية الإنسانية أولاً إنها قدمت لي المنحة، فكتير يعني أهل ممكن إنهم يساعدوا أبنائهم في الدراسة، بس ممكن إنه البنت لما تنتقل من عند أهلها لزوجها ممكن تلاقي بعض المشاكل تخليها توقف عن التعليم، فقدمت لي المنحة وخلتني إني أستمر في التعليم. يعني الوضع عندنا بفلسطين ما فيش أي استقرار، ممكن إنها المرأة تنتقل من فلسطين، فأكيد الشهادة بتساعدها، وهي لو ما انتقلتش بتساعدها في إنها تساعد في المستقبل أولادها أو زوجها وتحسن وضعها. بدرس إنجليزي وأنا بتساعد في المستقبل.
Okay, so
that was Mais Mohammed, one of the students that we met. She's studying English at the Al-Quds Open University, and you heard her there. Unfortunately, we've not been able to subtitle the English translation, but essentially she was expressing her gratitude to all the donors of Humanity First, and mentioning that how with that scholarship she's been able to study, and otherwise from a background she would not be able to gain a university education. And she feels that education that this scholarship is giving her allows her to not only help build a better Palestine and society, but also helps her own family with the education that she will gain. That's, in a nutshell, essentially what she's saying there.
That's very inspiring and encouraging words. So just a small amount of money gives children a future, not just for themselves and their families, but also for their nation, the Palestinian people who do need to rebuild their communities, having gone through some very difficult times with political and other security problems. Let me just move on to the work that Humanity First is doing in agriculture. We have a video there. I think let's have a look at that and we can discuss that next. Thank you.
Hi, now we're here in Kalkilia district, again to visit some future projects, options for future projects that we've gained from speaking to some of the local villagers and gained some due diligence from the local governors as well. Here we've got an agricultural project, a long-term sustainable agricultural project where there's greenhouses and allotments that allow families to produce crops for themselves, to sustain their own families, and also to sell to provide some extra income. We're just going to look inside and find out a little bit more and see whether this is something that you can help support some of our families. So I'm here with Mr. Mahmood from Kalkilia, and we're here on his allotment. So what he's told me is his allotment is a 1 dunham allotment, which is about 1,000 square meters. And on this allotment, what he does is he plants various crops. Currently, he's using tomatoes. He has a family of 7, his husband, wife, he's got 5 children. This actually returns a net profit of 20,000 New Israeli shekels per year, which equates to approximately £4,000 sterling. That amount equates to 50% of his annual needs to support his family. And you can see all around, tomatoes are the crops that he's growing at the moment. And the market that he has is the Kalkilia local market. He does have access to external markets.
Just interrupting the video because we've now finally got Mr. Abdul Qadir on the phone, who's been waiting patiently, but we lost him. Mr. Abdul Qadir, this is Afzal Ashraf from London. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
I have with me Dr. Aziz Hafiz, whom I know you know very well.
Yes.
Assalamu alaikum, Abdul Qadir Sahib. So Abdul Qadir is the representative of Humanity First in Palestine. So can you summarize for us the projects that Humanity First is undergoing in Palestine and the benefits to the local people?
Yes, first of all, thank you to give me this opportunity. Actually, alhamdulillah, the activity of Humanity First in West Bank is very well for the poor people. There is 2 projects in different cities of West Bank. One project for the students in university students, which give them scholarships for 26 students, and this actually give happiness for the families, those who can't pay for their sons to continue their studies in universities. Actually, this is very important projects for the Palestinians, especially the situation very bad, and there is a lot of families can't pay the.
We're also looking. Sorry to cut you off. We're also looking at the laboratory for the blind and visually impaired students in Gaza at the moment with the Al-Quds Open University.
Yes, Al-Quds University, and there is students in different universities actually, Al-Najah University and Open Al-Quds University, Hebron University, Polytechnic University.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I'm very grateful for your time.
Well, that was very interesting. We could have spoken for ages. We've got to wrap things up. Very quickly, anything to say about agriculture? We were interrupted
so the
there.
agricultural projects, as you can see, essentially we're trying to support poor farmers to allow them to develop their land far better and sell their produce, to not only support their own families, but actually sell that produce to bring income in.
Okay. You've got, I think, some special news for us?
Yes. Just prior to coming on, we've just received a very healthy donation from a donor who wishes to remain anonymous, and he has pledged £10,000 sterling for projects throughout Palestine that Humanity First is doing.
That is just amazing news, ladies and gentlemen. £10,000 pledged by an anonymous donor for the fantastic work that Humanity First is doing in Palestine, in agriculture, in education, and in many other fields that we just don't have time to go into. Dr. Aziz Hafiz has gone out there, and you've heard from the Humanity First coordinator in Palestine firsthand, Mr. Abdul Qadir, explaining some of the benefits this good work is having. We need to wrap things up, but let me just add to this fantastic news that Dr. Aziz Hafiz has given us. I've just heard that another mystery donor has matched this last donation for £10,000. So we've got £20,000 donated through 2 anonymous donors, which is fantastic news. I think by my reckoning that takes the total up. I started this session with $193,000. We're now up to $222,000. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please keep the donations coming in. And we're going to now go on to the Gift of Sight program.
Sub-Saharan Africa suffers hot, dry conditions with dust, a lack of drinking water and poor sanitation. As a result, millions suffer impaired vision or even blindness. Humanity First runs a number of eye clinics through its Gift of Sight program, including this one in the city of Ouagadougou in Burkina Faso. After assessment and triage in the morning, patients are provided with free cataract surgery in the Humanity First clinical suite. Trained local consultants and nurses take care to treat the often elderly patients with care and respect. Half an hour later, the patient emerges with a patch on their eye to recuperate overnight. Voilà. The next morning, in the corridor outside the surgical suite, the patients wait seated, awaiting their turn. One by one, the surgeon and his nurse move from patient to patient. First, removing the patch, then cleaning the area around the eye, then putting in drops to dilate the pupils, and then, as the pupil adjusts to their new sight, the surgeon checks for signs that the patient can now see his face and count his fingers. Surprisingly, not all of the patients are elderly. Sometimes even teenagers appear in our clinics. For those that have not been able to see or to fend for themselves for 5 to 10 years, the reaction when they realise that they can see again is a delight to behold. Just watch the reaction of this gentleman.
It's for many years.
Get closer. Some of these patients have travelled from overseas, from countries such as Mali or Niger, just for the chance to restore their dignity again.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us. We've heard so many wonderful things, and this is one of the most amazing programs that Humanity First does is Gift of Sight. I've got 3 guests here to talk about it. Let me first have them introduce themselves by telling us who they are, what they do as a day job, and also what they do for Humanity First. Dr. Shabir, could you start with the introductions first, please?
Oh, right. Well, I am a general practitioner in my trade, as most people know, and I am the Vice Chairman of Humanity First, and I act up while our Chairman is away. And I basically am involved in the overall scheme of things, just keeping an overview of the whole thing.
Great.
I'm Faisal Ahmed. I'm the head of supplies for the medical part of Humanity First, also Deputy International Medical Director, and my day job is a consultant ophthalmologist at St Mary's Hospital. I'm also in Imperial College.
Ibrahim K. Asante, Head of Strategy and Training for Humanity First. I have 3 day jobs, that's businesses, a peak performance strategist, preventive health specialist, and also an international trainer.
We'll come back to you in a minute. Dr. Shabir, this fantastic work with Gift of Sight, where do we get the money from? Where are the donations?
This is mainly provided to us by the Elderly Association of the Ahmadiyya community. And the UK branch raises a huge amount, hundreds and thousands of pounds every year to donate money for this project. And we started off by just having this project in one country in Africa, and it has gradually multiplied, and now we are providing services from their donations in up to 9 countries worldwide. 3 continents are involved.
9 countries. How much are we talking about donations annually coming in to support this work, roughly?
We get around 150 to 200,000 pounds donated by the...
150 to 200,000 pounds, yeah. That's amazing. How is that money used, Faisal?
It's amazing. The cataract surgery itself. So in the world there are about 40 million people who are blind. Half of that is from cataracts. So, and it affects people in terrible ways. So you have a 3 times risk of having a road traffic accident. You have 3 times risk of having of being unemployed, twice the risk of having depression and not being able to support your family. So with £35, just £35, you could do 1 cataract operation, which completely transform the life of a patient. I think videos and VTs have been running, and Mr. Ibrahim will explain himself from personal experience how that changes things. But that is such a huge difference to someone's life, from being able to support the family rather than being someone who needs to be looked after.
That's amazing. Can you just, before we go on to speak from somebody who's benefited from this, can you just very quickly describe, give us an idea of the numbers that Humanity First has benefited through this operation?
As Dr. Shabir said, we've started off in 1 country, but we've actually working on 3 continents now. We're actually got the American ophthalmologists who go to Guatemala on a yearly basis and treating hundreds of patients there, and they take their whole hospital team out. So it's not 1 doctor, but it's the doctors, the nurses, technicians, and equipment that goes out to Guatemala. In Burkina Faso, there's been camps been running for at least 5 years now by the local physician who hires in ophthalmologists to come and do the surgery. Now we're going to Uganda, Kenya, Gambia, and so on. So we're actually really ramping up this with the funds that we've been supported by.
So there's a mobile theatre as well.
There's a mobile theatre. That's
yes.
The other thing. This mobile theatre is operating in Africa?
It's in Burkina Faso. The interesting thing is the reason we put the mobile theatre in is because there's actually a survey done, because we don't just parachute our services in, we actually ask the community what they want. And in that part of Africa, actually, there was a 50% uptake saying we'd like people to come to us to look after us. So that's why we set that up.
That's just fantastic news. And just what is the total number of people? Could you give me a figure that we benefited roughly?
I can't. We're talking what, over thousands now?
Over 1,000 people.
Yeah. Yes, well over 1,000.
And let's just very quickly talk to one of those thousands who's benefited. Mr. Ibrahim, can you just explain what it's meant for you?
Well, until you experience something, you would not know the value of it. The eye is so valuable an organ to the human body and the human being that without it, life changes. I mean, your ability to earn a living, to take a look after your family, your ability to read. Someone like myself who literally have to read to live, was affected for about 6 months. I couldn't read properly, and just a cataract surgery operation, which cost about £35, in about 20 minutes makes a huge difference. And if you go to Africa, for example, this makes a big difference.
And it's made a huge difference to your life. You have a PhD?
Yes.
And you're working as a consultant in many fields, doing incredible work, which of course has been only possible because of this operation.
Absolutely.
At £35, thousands of people have benefited. Gentlemen, I think we could talk about this for hours. Unfortunately, we have to wrap things up. People are ringing in, hopefully making pledges and donations. And what I like to say is this group of three just sums up what Humanity First is about. We've got people donating hundreds of thousands of pounds for raising funds. We've got some of the world leading ophthalmologists, specialists in this field, going out to actually conduct operations for free in places like Africa, South America and Asia. And then we've got people who are benefiting and doing something amazing with their lives as a result of this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming back. We've been joined by other people. This is the last session in the UK part of the Telethon, so we really want people to ring in. We want people to go onto the website. We want people to make telephone donations. This is the last few minutes left on the UK. I'm going to take a call from Mr. Aqib Khan, who's been waiting a long time. Apologies for holding you on, keeping you waiting, Mr. Khan. Can you hear me?
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Yes, I can hear you.
Please tell us your thoughts. How much are you pledging for Humanity First?
So I'm actually part of the team of the Telethon team at the Humanity First office, and I just want to give a call in and really just appreciate everyone's effort in making this possible. So many people have been calling in. There's been, if you can hear in the background already, the phone just keeps on ringing. I just want to say, it's a great atmosphere here. Everyone's enthusiastic. Everyone's giving their time up for us, and it's just appreciation. I just want people to keep on calling and start even donate even more. And alhamdulillah, it's been a great day so far.
Okay, well that's great to know that the call centre is receiving lots of calls. Things are exciting, but if you are calling in, ladies and gentlemen, and the line is busy, please keep trying and keep trying, because we don't want to lose even a pound, because as you've seen, 35 quid has changed the life of one person, given sight to one person alone. So there's many, many ways you can help. And we've got now Mansoor Shah on the line. Mr. Mansoor Shah, can you hear me? Sorry to keep you waiting.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Share your thoughts with us, Mr. Shah.
Okay, I've been involved in Humanity First, ever since its inception, about out of 18 out of the 20 odd years. And I've done many jobs, but there isn't any job, which I've enjoyed more than Humanity First. To see the smile, brought about on a young child's face, who is 11 years of age, or to hear, to receive a note, from a kid about 7 years of age in your office, to say, thank you very much indeed, Humanity First. These are the things, which move you. To go and see people in Africa and see a lady who's been walking 5 miles, and putting some kids, to bed hungry, and, just to ensure, that she's drawn up from the fresh water that she's been able to get from Humanity First. These are the very many things, that Humanity First has been able to do. In addition, there have been many skills, which people have been taught. We run schools, and there are some multi-skill centers, and a number of people have benefited from this. So each time, somebody contributes something, to Humanity First, it touches the lives of a huge community outside wherever you are. You live in a world where you turn on the tap and you get fresh water, but out there, where the real world is, the people who are struggling, to go through a desert, and it's an immense amount of good that you are doing.
Mr. Shah, thank you very much indeed. You're somebody who's been involved with Humanity First since the beginning, and it's very good to have your encouraging thoughts reinforcing much of what we've heard today. We're running out of time now. Just the latest figure is $227,000. Please keep those calls coming in, keep those donations coming in. I've only got a few minutes, and I'd like to read out a much higher figure. Let me first go to Dr. Aziz Hafiz to carry.
Firstly, our apologies for having to cut short the Palestinian project due to technical issues. So on behalf of Humanity First, we were unable to show the messages from the Governor of Hebron, the Governor of Kalkilia, Sister Alam, who was one of the mothers of the scholarship students, as well as Professor Shaheen from Al-Quds Open University, for which we have a partnership to have a blind lab in Gaza. So our apologies for that. I'm grateful to everybody that's been waiting to call in. I know there's lots of people throughout the Middle East waiting to ring, to contribute towards many of the projects of Humanity First, and we are very grateful for that. And our apologies to have to cut short.
Great. I have some good news. We will put those videos and any of those calls online on the Humanity First website, so people can go on after this telethon and hear those messages, and they are really inspiring messages, and I would strongly recommend people doing that. Can I come to you, Hamza? How would you wrap up today in a minute?
I would just really ask everybody to go ahead to the website and contribute. We talked about the Gift of Life, we talked about the Living Village. I mean, there's all of these programs out there where people really can make a difference. And you'd be surprised how much a pound goes to make somebody's quality of life that much better. And when we think about the way that our lives are, wherever we are, whether we're in Pakistan, the United Kingdom, or the United States, how much 10 pounds goes to make somebody's life that much better. And I think that not one of you actually will make your own lives better until we make all of our lives better. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed. Can we very quickly go to our Humanity First chairman, who's ringing in from somewhere near the Middle East, Mr. Ahmed Yahya. Mr. Ahmed Yahya?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
How is everyone? I see everyone looking very handsome here today. I really enjoyed watching the programs of Humanity First, Indonesia, and then Pakistan, Germany, France, and now UK. Alhamdulillah, everyone has put a lot of effort. And I just wanted to share the good news that in the last half an hour, I have a donor who has confirmed that they would like to build a hospital in Africa on the name of their late father, Dr. Furul Haq Sahib of Quetta. So 2 of his daughters have pledged to donate $40,000, and they have also promised that similar amounts will be also added in later by other children of Dr. Ghafoor Sahib. So this is one of the examples how we are seeing people's sacrifices and small donations and large donations. We respect every donation, every penny counts, and every penny makes a difference to the aid and relief we deliver. We have seen this morning that Pakistan, where Humanity First has conducted their first telethon, and mashallah, they have achieved a very significant number. in the current kind of circumstances and situation where not everyone had the access to the media and so on. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank everyone, and especially I thank His Holiness Hazrat Mirza Masroor Ahmad Sahib Khalifatul Masih Hamis for his kind support and guidance all the time to us. And also I like to thank our management, volunteers, MTA staff, presenters.
Okay.
And there are a lot of volunteers working behind.
Thank you very much indeed. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up here, but you've given some fantastic news to us, a donation of a school in Africa, which is obviously hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of dollars worth of a donation in that pledge alone. So thank you so much, and thank you for your words of encouragement and support. As our chairman, it is a great pity that you're not with us, but we know that you're with us in spirit. Can we just wrap up with a few words from your deputy, Dr. Shabir?
Well, I am very, very impressed and pleased at the effort that everyone has made, and I echo the words of our chairman, and I am grateful to everyone, and most of all to our Creator, who has given us the opportunity and also the inclination to do this deed, and I hope it's acceptable.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Shabir. This is an organization for all people, regardless of background and faith, serving all of humanity, regardless of background and faith. And of course, many people here have faith and do so because they're inspired by faith. But all of us agree that humanity deserves to be looked after, deserves to be preserved, deserves to be developed. And I think that what I have seen working with such inspiring people is that there is an absolute dedication to helping the most vulnerable, the poorest, to give them an opportunity to contribute to humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all your support. We have gone in excess of $227,000 US dollars. We've had the school, which is probably around $1 million, and I'm sure there are many thousands of dollars worth of pledges that are coming in now. I could tell from the telephone call we had from our call center that the calls were coming in. So if any of you are on the phone, please be patient. Please keep ringing in. And as this telethon continues, we will have the amount updated. And of course, this telethon now goes to the United States of America, who will be leading the fundraising event, and I'm sure that they and the Canadians will add significantly to the total we've achieved. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for all that you have done. Those of you who've called in, my apologies for those who were kept waiting, those who couldn't get through, but please keep your pledges coming in. Please keep phoning up. The telephone numbers on the ticker tape. The website address is also on the ticker tape. Please log on and, of course, monitor and watch Telethon as our American colleagues take it forward. With that, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed, and goodbye from me, and goodbye, I'm sure, from you.
Thank you very much.
Community first. Community first. अब हेर्ने यो नानीले के गर्छ
watch यार एक नारा बोलो वा गाडी बज्दा
रातमा सबैजना
Make sure you squeeze it onto
Two, one.